Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Sorry about that, man. This internet thing is technical difficulties, but we back. We ain't going nowhere. Yeah, we back, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry for the interruption. Technical difficulties. Ain't nothing I can do about it. Like I said, this is how they do. Yeah, we here. This is how they do it. Technical difficulties. Hopefully we don't have that problem again. Hey, this is a long sidebar. DJ Crazy K, I get everybody shout outs. Poe the Great, Intelligent Hoodlum, Cut Creators, Queen for Life, Sticky Fingers. Hit the like button, y'all. Hit the thumbs up. We here. They're trying to break us up, man. They don't want us to get that long, good stream in. Yeah, they don't want us to get that long, good stream in, y'all. Like this information is just too consistent. We here though. Yeah, we back, y'all. Let's go. No, sometimes I don't like to go over Wi-Fi, ladies and gentlemen. I like to go direct through the Ethernet cable, so the delivery is stronger. But I guess it really don't matter. The Wi-Fi is strong too. So, like I said, more importantly, we here. We ain't going nowhere. Like I said, we got stopped at a sidebar anyway. So, you know what I mean? Hopefully, like I said, once again, instead of one stream, it's two streams. So, yeah. Instead of one stream, it's two streams. We good. Content. Live. Yeah, we on it. Like a Charlotte Hornet, man. We on it like a Charlotte Hornet. So yeah, we got hit off on the homie P Quan in the building. Ravens fans 22. Doobie Funk, DJ Crazy K, Mo Better, Universal Ass. Like I said, y'all hit the thumbs up button. Share it. You know, we're gonna show them that we a little bit more powerful than they think we are. Right? Like I said, I can't blame the apparatus. Sometimes, you know, it is what it is. We got to deal with the technical difficulties. If you hit the like button, hit the share button, share on your Instagram, share on your Facebook, let them know we owe. Like I said, you know, they'll come back. Yeah, this sidebar is what's the name? So you see, I wrote, you always push me to do more and more. I said, more and more what? Cooking, cleaning? Right, because she don't do none of that. You know, I said, time. I need time to myself, I said. Combs, Estevao. May we have a sidebar? Judge, you may. Like, come on, man. Yeah, absolutely, Universal Act. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Because like I said, once again, I'll give you a prime example about the Mistrial situation while we wait for them to come out of sidebar. Check this out. So now, I'll use you an example, Universal Acts. Check this out. So now, you somewhere, and there's a bank robbery, and they say that they lock you up and say, yeah, you responsible for the bank robbery, right? Okay. What kind of evidence do they have? Well, we have video evidence that, that puts you at the scene and all of those things, right? This is how they like it to work when they want it to work in their favor. So that video evidence, when that video evidence is used, right, they need a way to get around, to try to figure out how to get around what is the mistrial ask. So they say they got camera pictures of you in the hotel, the gun, all of these other things and evidence. I'm sorry, at the bank, all of these other things and evidence, right? They say they have all of this. But you, well, let's say you were in church, and in church, y'all got video cameras around. You had a Thursday morning service. You were one of the let's say the deaconesses at the church, or deacon at the church, and so you got video of you. They have video of you at the church, right? So you can't possibly be two places at one time. But if they got evidence of you at the bank, you best believe they're going to try to use that evidence to put you in place. That wasn't you, right? That wasn't you at all, because you was at the church handling the books, dealing with the little youth group and all of that, and there's you on video. So when they want to use stuff to convict you, right, they'll use it. That same evidence should be exonerate you. But some people don't see it that way. You see what I'm saying? They don't see it, that same evidence should be used to exonerate you. Empire King was good. Mark Jag, welcome back. You see what I'm saying? So that's the problem right there. The problem is that they, the same evidence that they use to try to convict you, if it can, it should be used to exonerate you. The same thing with DNA, right? DNA, they use it to convict people. DNA, they also use it to exonerate people. We see it all the time. People doing 30 years and all of this for some rape and all of this other stuff that they say that the person committed. And when in fact, when you go to look deeper, it wasn't that at all. It was like, hold on, down they got new DNA tests. They still got the evidence from that case. Yeah. During the break, so they're saying during the break, Diddy is standing talking with his lawyer Xavier Donaldson, 1048. Judge, please be seated. Mrs. Comey, please bring Jane back. Jane walks back to Combs' table as he passes a note to his lawyer, Alexandra Shapiro. So she's back in the table. She's back. Jane is back. They're coming back from the sidebar. Let's go. See what they got, ladies and gentlemen. It's a damn shame. Yeah, it is a shame, man. It's like, what? What's the and you can see they've been going on and on and on with Jane Doe, like I said, in hopes that, I don't know what they're trying to establish, man. I don't know what they're trying to establish, that like she's this damsel in distress from this relationship where she's getting her $10,000 a month rent paid, her $10,000 a month allowance. I got 3 credit cards. I can't pay my bills. I done gotten so much debt. now I'm paying the minimum payments on my credit cards, and the fact that, well, Diddy needs to continue to help me, and I need some space because I need some spiritual whatever. Okay, cool. Take all of that. Like I said, but if she knew back then, and basically saying, well, he could cut me off at any time. Of course, right? But it's up to you to not be cut off at any time. It's up to you, like it's up to all of us, to be able to handle our business under a mutual, what's the name? But my thing is, like I said, it seems like she's the type of woman, from what we've been gaining, that she was looking for an advantage. And the perfect advantage in this situation would be to have a kid by Diddy. Yeah. She needed to have a baby by Diddy, because the baby would now she could get funky, you know what I mean? And now it's child support and all of these other things. Notice, Diddy didn't have a baby by none of these other women. He was already dealing with Sarah Chapman, Kim Porter. He had a baby by Misa. Like I said, I don't know who else he had children by, but he had already did that. Cassie wanted the same thing. Because the baby would set you up for life. Give you, a deeper look into what's her name. Like I said, she, if this is Daphne Joy, I mean, she basically was getting that from 50 Cent. From public reports, the child support, all of these other things. So, on a side note, Jane testified that she grew frustrated with the pressure on her to earn the most basic things from Combs, such as love and respect. And like I said, to try to not pay attention to her feelings, because her feelings are very valid. But let's be clear, one has to be honest. So Jane testified that she grew frustrated with the pressure on her to earn the most basic things from Combs, such as love and respect. So she didn't really have to earn the money. Is that just love and respect? She told the court Combs seemed to give this freely to other people, but for her, it felt impossible. Jane, it felt, once again, like I said, but for her, it felt impossible. Not that it wasn't, it felt impossible. Jane said that she spoke to Combs about not wanting to have sex with other men, telling him that she wanted to make him happy, but that it was creating a war inside of herself. Combs told her that's not what he wanted from her, Jane said, and she responded that she needed a break, right? So basically, Diddy saying, that's not what I wanted from you. You know what I mean? Right? Jane put her head down during the testimony and wiped away tears shortly before the court went on break. So, like I said, she's in her feelings. Understandably so, right? Also, Jane testified, and this is deeper than what we're getting in the court. Jane testified that she was frustrated because she believed Combs was seeing other women while still planning hotel nights with her. She said she felt he treated her differently than others, explaining she had to earn just the basic stuff. Right. She needed a break from. Yeah, this is crazy, man. She not explaining nothing new. Like I said, you need a break? Go on, take a break. Go on, take a break, man. Prosecution back up, ladies and gentlemen. Comey, what did Sean write to you? Jane, he wrote, I want to spend the day with you. I wrote back, you make it crystal clear exactly what you want from me. You're going to spend the day love bombing me. Prosecution, what did you mean? Jane, Sean is very love bombing. So, oh, I love you. Oh, I get what she's saying. Oh, I love you, and all of, and being flattering and all of these things, right? Okay. He's very financially supportive too. He ain't just love bombing now. See how people want to see what they want to see when they want to see it? Yeah. She didn't mind that though. He was love bombing and cash supportive. We say Peter Bong say either the fix is in or what? Yeah, more better. Not that it was dysfunctional. It seemed like it was very much a lot of communication going on. You know what I mean? Yeah, Quan, like I say, we seeing other women. So, like I said, but you know, you know, so much for Listen, most women, and not the, but most women with it. I mean, I need a man who just gonna be honest with me. Well, he was honest with her, right? Jane, I said I'm not just an animal people can fuck on. He said you're crazy. Once again, this is the stuff that she's saying. You don't. Why is she trying to explain to Diddy what her worth is? You understand what I'm saying? It's like she's like I said I said I'm not just an animal people can fuck on. He said you're crazy. Prosecutors call me. How often did he call you crazy? And the reason why she's saying this, the crazy part, he doesn't mean literally crazy. He means figuratively. The way she's talking right now, right? How often did he call? Often. I said, you want to have me suck some dick so you can jack off so you can jet off with Gina, right? I said, I'm drained. He said, I'll leave you alone. Ladies and gentlemen, can we be more, like I was just telling Mo Better. You see this, Mo Better? You see that, Mo Better? What did he just say? Jane said, I'm not just an animal people can fuck on. He said, you're crazy. Prosecutor, call me. How often did he call you crazy? Often. I said, you want me to suck some dick so you can jet off with Gina. I said, I'm drained. He said, I'll leave you alone. Point blank, period. Where was the coercion? Right? Here it is. We look, ladies and gentlemen, we looking at the conversation as the conversation. There was no, bitch, you better come do what I say do when I say do it, or else, da-da-da-da-da-da. We don't see none of that. You see it right here in front of your face. He's simply saying, look, I'll leave you alone. MP, WTF, TWT, what's good? Haiti now, what's good? Yeah, there was no force. You can see, look, he said, I'll leave you alone. And you know the sad part about this? She acting like she was the only option. She wanted to be the only option. Ladies and gentlemen, for the ladies in the chat, check this out. He's seeing other women. He paying you $10,000 for your allowance. And my thing is, at this particular time, I think in 2023, that's when it started. So as he giving you money, if you really feeling all this kind of way, you know, she evidently, like I said, she didn't save money. I don't know if somebody could find out how much child support was 50 Cent paying this woman. If this is in fact Daphne Joy, how much money was he giving her a month child support? Because she should have been able to live off of that alone. You know, a nice apartment somewhere in LA or wherever she wanted to live. She didn't have to live in LA. She could live anywhere she wanted to, right? But she wanted to be where she could go meet people, you know what I mean? And, you know, in the high society. Like I said, once again, when Diddy met her, you know, the first thing she said, you know, she talked about how she was dealing with somebody that he really, okay. So he was paying her $7,000. Man, you can live off $7,000 a month. People do it every day. People do it every day. You know what I mean? You know, and if she go get her own job, she really straight. I think the judge might be taking it under consideration. I haven't heard anything in regards to the mistrial yet. But meantime, in between time, they gonna, you know, they're gonna keep it going, man. Prosecution, call me. In the next message, does he use your true name? Jane, yes. Prosecution. And does he say, that's my house too? Jane, he does. He wrote, I'm coming over. You gotta let me in or not. You gonna let me, I think he's saying, you gonna let me in or not? Is your baby there? Are you gonna let me in our house? Again and again. But it is true, right? Ain't the house his too? If he paying for it, right? Right? Well, and see, look, you know the cold part about it? They're saying this, when the prosecution's pointing this out, they're saying this as if he promised her a house. Yeah, he said, Haiti now said she wanted a sugar daddy and she got a bad one. No. I get a double doobie funk. I get that. That's what I'm saying. For at least 1 year, I mean, you could stack $5,000 a month. You'll have some money. Absolutely, Mo better. We seeing it in full effect. There was no violence that she admitted to, right? None of that. We seeing it in real time, y'all. In real time. We watching this in real time. What Diddy asked her? And the prosecutor told me. In the next message, does he use your true name? Yes. Right? Prosecution. And does he say, that's my house too? So he said, Daphne Joy, that's my house too. Jane, he does. He wrote, I'm coming over. Are you going to let me in or not? But he's asking, like you say, Mo better, he's asking, are you going to let me in or not? Is your baby there? Are you going to let me in our house again and again? So he ain't bullying, he ain't kicking no doors in, he ain't doing all of this. He's simply trying to find out, like, hold on, you gonna let me in the house or not? I'm knocking on the door. Come on, let me in. Stop playing. Fact check T. Classy, what's good? Welcome back. Man. No violence, no none of that. This is the same thing that I'm trying to tell you about the mistrial, right? Remember with the Cassie situation? Oh, he was very violent to her. He did this, he did that. Now, if someone's trying to lay that out, this young lady here, right? She hasn't said anything about Diddy being violent towards her, has she? For whatever reason, he hasn't. The same thing that they try to discredit you for, you don't get no credit for. I understand. The Cassie thing was no excuse, but I'm just saying, in trying to point out the characterization of a person and their character when you want to point out something bad, this situation, he's like, yo, are you gonna let me in? He ain't like, bitch, let me in the house and you better let me in. And wasn't a whole bunch of that. Jane, Sean wrote to me, I'm so stressed. I'm horny, shaking my head. Prosecutors, call me. What does SMH mean? Shaking my head. He said his knees weren't good. I said I was hitting up my mom. She said taking bone supplements is key. Prosecutors. Then you saw Sean? Yes. So he came over the house. She didn't turn him away. You know what I mean? She received him. But Diddy had a real problem. He just liked watching women, have this girl have sex with other dudes. And like I said, he that was his shit. You know what I mean? That was his thing, right? Shot Diamonds, what's good? I don't know. Like I said, we're going to have to see whether the violence jumps in the picture. We haven't heard anything so far. But like I said, we don't try to get ahead of ourselves over here. We like to just let the evidence, or better yet, the testimony, lay out for us what it is. And then we can comment on it, right? Jane, we had the sobriety party at the hotel, right? First, I went to a concert. Hold on. You're not a prisoner. She went to a concert. I stood with his security, Jonathan. I went to the store for supplies for the hotel night. Dude, she back to doing hotel nights again. Sean was in the hotel waiting. He called me, bitch, what the fuck is taking so long? Right. So this is her testimony on what he said to her. He called her a bitch. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Let's be clear, man. 1 minute she was tired of doing it. She tired of him. She needs some spiritual retreat and all of this other stuff, right? Then the next minute he called her up. I'm so horny. I'm this, that, and the other. And from what we understand, through this testimony, we had a sobriety party at the hotel. A sobriety party? What the hell is that? Would they plan on getting sober and stop using drugs? I mean, man. This is crazy. This is real crazy, man. So, I'm a bitch. What's taking you so fucking long? Wow. And now, I don't think this is something that she's shown that he said. She said he called, right? She doesn't have evidence of that, right? Jane, I got there. His assistant said, you don't deserve to be called a bitch, right? Prosecutors call me. At the El Matage, what happened? Jane, I didn't want to take drugs. I thought it was a sobriety party, right? I didn't want to take drugs. Prosecutors, who was the first entertainer? Rico, then Paul, then Anton. Then I threw up. Dude. What? So why didn't she leave? She said she wanted to leave. She went to a concert and all of that shit. She wanted to leave. Why didn't she leave? Yeah, this is crazy, man. I know. I like I said, for the life of me, you know, we still talking about freak offs, man. And once again, the reason why they keep going, I get it. The reason why they keep going is they're trying to make us believe. You know what I mean? Jane, Sean said, good, you threw up. Now you'll feel better. Then I had sex with Anton. I felt terrible. Right? This is what she's saying that he said. We don't know if this is true, right? USA Comey. Whose text is this? Jane, mine. I wrote, baby, I love you. Do you think you could put something in my hotel? Did Sean respond? No. Now, I don't know what they're talking about or referring to and put something in her hotel. And she asking, did Sean respond? Then the answer is no. So my thing is, she's saying, I love you. In 1 minute, she's disgusted. She throwing, and now she said, man, whatever, man. This is crazy, 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 man. This is batshit, cat shit crazy, man. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button, the thumbs up. Let them know we up in here. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. I'd like to thank everybody for coming back, like I said, after the technical difficulty. I'm not confused. I understand it. I feel you though, Mark Jack. I'm not confused. I'm just like, I'm wondering like, okay, what do they want to, what are they trying to prove? Right? She wasn't forced to do this. You see right there, she said, who wrote this text? She said, no, she said, whose text is this? She said, mine. I wrote, baby, I love you. Come on, man. What do they want? What are they trying to do? Like I said, listen, the witness before her was Bongolan. They're still trying to redeem themselves from her. And they know once on cross-examination, it's going to get real revealing. So they're trying to get it all out right now. Diddy still paying her rent. Now, usually, now check this out. Usually in certain cases, they would say, well, you know, that's a conflict of interest. They would call something like that, him still paying her rent, a conflict of interest, right? It's not. According to the prosecution, they still got her up there, still asking all of these questions, right? So evidently it's not a conflict of interest. But usually they like to point that out, be like, hey, you know, he's paying her rent, so she's going to be more favorable to talking positive about him, right? Check it out. Here we go. Jane, I needed furniture for the house. Listen, y'all. He said he already bought furniture. Check it out. I needed furniture for the house. I wrote, you weren't too busy to make sure Chelsea was ready in D.C. So now she talking about another, evidently some other woman, right? Right? Prosecutors, play the voice note. Sean Combs' voice. She said, Sean Combs said, I don't know where the fuck Chelsea is. I ain't whipped no bitches. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm single. Okay, you see it right there. You see what I'm saying? So she's tripping when she didn't get her way. When it didn't go her way, she was mad. When she didn't have access to him, she was mad. And she's saying to you, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to see this because people are not really paying attention. Jane said, I needed furniture for the house. Well, why didn't you go buy your own furniture? He was giving you $10,000 a month. Or better yet, you could have put that on one of them 3 credit cards that you got, right? You gotta understand, she ain't saving no money. The money, she ain't saving no money. She living high on the horse. Ladies and gentlemen, I needed furniture for the house. I wrote, you weren't too busy to make sure Chelsea was ready in D.C. Now she's squabbing with Diddy about how he's spending his time, who he's spending his time with, when she knew for a fact. She just mentioned the girl Gina's name, right? Now it's Chelsea, right? When in fact, he gave her an opportunity way in 2021 to make an informed decision by telling her, hey, look, I'm dating other women, right? But now, they played a voice message. I don't know where the fuck Chelsea is. And he's saying, I ain't with no bitches. And we know that we talk like this in our community, right? So for anybody to say anything, oh, he called her a bitch. No, he's like, I ain't with no bitches. So when he called her a bitch, it wasn't that from that much of a derogatory place as they wanted to make it seem, right? He's saying, I ain't with no bitches. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm single, right? You don't want to fuck with me. You say you want a spiritual retreat. 1 minute you telling me, you minute you in your feelings about all of these other women, right? When I already told you what was up. We see it right here, ladies and gentlemen. She knows I'm single. Okay, cool. He said he's single. Move on. And we know it's not that easy. I mean, I'm not trying to offer that up as some kind of easy peasy thing where, like she don't have feelings for him and he don't have feelings for her. But I'm saying this is the communication in real time. You weren't too busy to make sure Chelsea was ready in D.C. Right. She's in her feelings. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm single. Well, like I said, once again, I think Queen for Life, I think once a person understands that they're dispensable, right? A lot of, people, and like I said, but not even that the coochie was better than the others. I'm saying she knew from the beginning what it was. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen, hit the share button. Share it on your Instagram, share it on your Twitter, share it on your Facebook, Snapchat. Let them know we over here just kicking straight game in the truth. We not dealing with nothing phony. Hit the like button, the thumbs up also. Appreciate you guys. Yeah, like I said, once again, the baby thing. She wanted a baby. Like I said, she had a baby by 50 Cent. Beautiful child. Like I said, they have a beautiful son. You know what I mean? And like I said, I don't play with people's kids. A beautiful son, man. And 50 looked like he loved his son. And all of those things. And so, you got to imagine how disappointed 50 is in her. And the things that she's doing right. Even testifying in this case. That she was doing all of this stuff. Your son got to grow up one day and look back on this shit, man. Like what is she doing? You know what I mean? And see, this is another thing that people are not really looking at in this case. A lot of times when us men are not around the kids, and not all the time, but a lot of times, women always say, you don't give a damn about your son. You ain't coming to see your son. You ain't coming to see your daughter. Right? So she gave a fuck about her son participating in this type of activity. Right? She didn't think about it. You see what I'm saying? That's the double standard. And it's double standard that go back, in dealing with men, like Diddy dealing with all these women. If a woman would do the same thing, she's considered, to be promiscuous, if you will, for the lack of a better term. Prosecution, Comey. What frustrations did you feel? Listen, ladies and gentlemen. What frustrations did you feel? Not being heard about how I felt about the hotel nights. Ladies and gentlemen, this is coached. You know why? Your hotel, you don't have one. He just told you he was single. You can't feel frustrated about that. Once again, this is the revisionist testimony of how she's saying she was frustrated about the hotel nights. We just heard a voicemail in real time of him telling her, I don't know where the fuck Chelsea is. I ain't with no bitches. Leave me the fuck alone. I'm single. And then the prosecution is asking her, basically, what frustrations did you feel? Jane, not being heard about how I felt about the hotel nights. Prosecution, did you use names? Use names for the other women? Yes. It was misdirected anger. Once again, listen. It was misdirected anger. The defense is going to eat this shit up. I asked, what does the house have to do with what I'm saying? So she has a whole bunch of misdirected anger. Right? Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button. Hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. The other channels that, like Tisa tells, come on in. Tisa tell go, come on in here. Shut the door. Lock it. No, take the key. You can open it. And then take it and open it again. Like, come on. Look, stop. She really doesn't have anything to say. You know what I mean? I seen the brother did the video about somebody trying to out him, saying he was trying to out the young lady, Sarah Sedinger, I think her name was, right? And it's like, all you got to do is this. I don't need to go into the courtroom, write down notes, and come back and give you my version of what's happening. Here it is right here. It's right here in front of your face. Like I said, and we even got, for context, a little bit more of what's being said in the courtroom when we don't get it here right here. I'm giving you more context from that perspective, right? Check it out, y'all. Jane, I wrote, I'm not Gina or Cassie. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. So she said misdirected anger. She wrote, I'm not Gina or Cassie, right? AUSA. Comey, were you telling Sean you were going to speak out about your relationship? Esteveo, objection. Sustained, right? Prosecution. Please read. Did you reference your child, Jane? Yes. I said, you got me fucked up. See, now she mad. See what I mean? Now she mad. Now you see the true person come out. And see, asking, well, what does the house got to do with this? See, now that entitlement comes out, right? Now she feels entitled to all of the things that this man has earned. So now it's like, oh, she ain't saved no money. She don't want to do the freak offs. She don't want to, he said, yo, leave me the fuck alone, I'm single. And she's still talking about, she frustrated not being heard about how she felt about the hotel nights. Well, the man just said that he was single. Go ahead and leave. There you go. You free to go. Absolutely. Universal acts. They're trying to tell people how to ask in their relationship or not. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, Daphne Joy is she's a very attractive girl. We're not taking away nothing. Like I said, once again, very attractive. But at the end of the day, we all are human. And one thing, if we do not understand one thing, we've seen people in their prime and they're pretty and they're beautiful and all of these things. But we've also seen where that beauty also wears off after a while. Right? Just that simple. It wears off after a while. So, I don't really know what she was expecting. You know what I mean? And then now all of a sudden we see, listen, you see, she said, yeah, I said, you got me fucked up. Uh-oh. Is this another side of Daphne Joy, allegedly, that we didn't see before? Is this another side? Because now she's saying, well, you got me fucked up. He ain't have you fucked up all these years. He had you set up. Meaning, Jane, here you go. I said, just complete what he promised about the 2 years about the home. I said, don't contact me. Prosecutor, Comey, what did he say in response? He said, I'm super clear now. I said, you had me on constant pins and needles. Now I'm sick. Leave me alone. So it was all his fault. It's all his fault. You don't get what it is. You don't get no credit for the positive shit. No credit for none of the things that were positively going on. Keeping you housed or whatever. And not that he had to, but now it's you had me on pins and needles, and it was all your fault. Leave me alone. I'm sick. Leave me alone. It's a lot of sickness going on too. Diddy was saying he was sick. Now she's sick. Yeah, that's true. Oh, wow. I ain't even gonna go there with that one, Quan. I ain't even gonna go there. I'm gonna leave that alone. Yeah, like I said, and that's another problem, man. I mean, a lot of times, the money, like I said, ain't nothing wrong with getting plastic surgery, man. Ain't nothing wrong with, enhancing some of the things that, if you had kids and things like that. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But sometimes people go overboard. You know what I mean? They just did, if they got a lot of money, they just get lost in the sauce and they just keep on going and keep on going. I haven't seen any recent pictures of Daphne Joy, but I've seen some pictures. Like I said, she's an attractive woman, but beauty fades, man. That's not an asset. That's a liability. As you just said, when somebody gets plastic surgery, that costs money. So, and beauty is not an asset. It's a liability. Makeup, get your hair done, nails, all of that shit costs to maintain. Comey, does the next message reference a prior relationship you had? Yes. Then he says, I was told you were crazy. He said, you took it too far, baby girl. You'll see. He was threatening me about the rent and that we don't need to do anything we don't want. Now, listen to me. Ladies and gentlemen, he's not threatening you about the rent. Do y'all see how this is being described? He's not threatening you about the rent. Everything is clear and in the opening. He doesn't need to threaten you. You need to get a job. He doesn't need to threaten you about. Listen to what she's trying to imply. The prosecution. Does this message, next message, reference a prior relationship you had? Oh, so what, they not mentioning 50 Cent name? Right? Jane, yes. Then he says, I was told you were crazy. He said, you took it too far, baby girl. Right? Remember, she asked him, she said, you got me fucked up. Now, remember, if this is Daphne Joy, remember she alleged that 50 Cent sexually assaulted and physically assaulted her, right? Right? Think about it. And then filed for custody for their son. Listen, is this that other person? Is this that other side? Right? I'm just asking, because now she's saying, then yes, he says, I was told that you were crazy. He said, you took it too far, baby girl, you'll see. And basically she's implying that he was threatening me about the rent. That we don't need to do anything we don't want. Now, that ain't no threat about no rent. That's with anything. You don't have to do nothing that you don't want to do. And what he's saying is he didn't have to do what he didn't want to do. And she damn sure didn't have to do what she didn't want to do. But now, some way, somehow, this is implying a threat about the rent. No, you could pay your own rent and there would be no threats. You see what I'm saying? Come on, man. Jane, I wrote, you're mad at me about a grown-ass man? Right? Listen to it. Listen to the conversation and the tone of the conversation now changing. She said, I said, you're mad at me about a grown-ass man? Prosecution. Stop right there. Was this referring to your prior relationship? Jane, yes. I wrote, you wasted my time in this toxic ass relationship. Pause. See the ungratefulness? He wasted her time in this toxic ass relationship. She takes no accountability for being there. How about paying that toxic ass rent? How about that toxic ass allowance he was giving you? How about them toxic ass credit cards he was paying for? How about that toxic ass shit that them credit cards that you went over the limit and you said that your allowance wasn't good enough? How about all that toxic shit too? How about all of them bags and shoes and belts and, all of those fringe benefits, right? It doesn't even apply. Listen to what she's saying. I wrote, you're mad about a grown-ass man. I don't know what's that implying. Comey said, stop right there. Was this referencing your prior relationship? Jane, yes. I wrote, she said, you wasted my time in this toxic ass relationship. Meaning, I didn't get what I wanted out of this relationship from you like I expected. And once she's seen it coming to a head, now it's just this toxic ass relationship. You ain't shit. Ba-da-da-da-da, right? Did you refer to your previous relationship? Yes. Let's see where she goes with this, ladies and gentlemen. Jane, you invited me to New York to pair me up with some random man. Any motherfucker, he said, any motherfucker for your own sick sexual pleasure. I'm taking, she's saying, but listen, now it's coming out. The venom is coming out. Listen to what she's saying. For your own sick sexual pleasure, right? Check it out. Boy, it's getting funky, man. Prosecution, Comey. What are you talking about? Jane, the two men I had chose for myself. Listen, she's talking. The two men I had chose for myself, Sly and Anton, Sean kept trying to say, I choose them. I had wanted it, right? Well, I guess Sean is saying that she chose them, right? And that she wanted it, is what I'm saying. Sometimes it's errors in the typing, ladies and gentlemen. Right? This is getting so interesting, man. You can see it getting funky. She didn't get what she wanted out the situation. Now this old toxic ass bullshit. You little penis motherfucker, you, and all of that other shit that come with that, right? Yeah. We seeing it, y'all. We seeing it. Absolutely, Craig Tillman. Absolutely. Absolutely. All you had to do was scale it back. You know what I mean? She wanted to be next to Beverly Hills, man. Masquerading as if she was paying the rent and she had it going on. You know what I'm saying? That was simply that. How is it that you're going to be with a man and you want to now live the lifestyle or try to adapt, live the lifestyle that he's living now? How does that work? I'm confused. You know what I mean? I'm confused by that. I don't even know how to take that. No, she did it because she liked it too. She was the one that chose Sly and Anton. Here it is. Y'all seeing it right here. She made those choices. Now all of a sudden she didn't get what she wanted. Now it's, all of this whole other stuff that's coming into play. Listen, check it out now. Now he gaslighting her. Jane, I wrote, you want to gaslight me, Comey. What did you mean, Jane? He wanted me to believe I had wanted these things, right? She did. See, now she can't even accept the fact that she made conscious decisions about doing this shit, y'all. This is crazy. This is crazy. What did you mean? He wanted me to believe I had wanted these things. Prosecutors, what else did Sean text you? He said, you and me don't have no beef. Listen to what Diddy said. Me and you don't have no beef. I said, you created all this evil inside me. Right. Yeah, we ain't had no beef. Yeah, it wasn't no beef. Everything was good. Just a week ago. Shit was all good a week ago. What happened? Amazing. Amazing, y'all. Amazing. It's amazing, man. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, everything that's being said right now, ladies and gentlemen, that you know, that you got to know that Sean P. Diddy Combs and this young lady, Jane Doe, a.k.a. allegedly Daphne Joy, were together when he got locked up. Jane, I wrote to him, I regret, listen to me, look, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. I wrote to him, I regret everything, all this toxic shit which overran my life. He said, you are burning a bridge that you're going to need tomorrow. Absolutely. Prosecution. What did you write? I wrote, I don't trust you, he said. I wrote, I don't trust you. He said, 10 hours ago, you loved me. Diddy's right on it, man. 10 hours ago, you loved me. Now today, you don't trust me. Was she on her period? Was it that time of the month? I know shit can get drastically different. And people can say things that they don't mean. You know what I mean? You know, as from my personal experience. Not from this case or whatever you want to call it. But from my personal experience. Like, whoa. Like he said, she said, I wrote, I don't trust you. He said, 10 hours ago, you loved me. Wow. Amazing. Right. And see, like I said, a lot of times, you know, women can say things to men that they think that, you know, that we get over in a like some things you could say to us in your anger and your whatever. And it's like, you know what? Okay. This is how you really feel. Okay. Duly noted that you could go there and you can have those kind of feelings. Right? Like I said, some people are afforded the excuse of, you know, whatever they feeling, you know, but yeah. No, it wasn't. You know what? Baynard, like I said, everything was communicated in the beginning because a person can't handle the situation that they're involved in. They're always free to walk away, right? Whether they choose to or not, and whether they choose to exercise that choice or not, it's totally up to them. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, listen to what Diddy is saying to her, man. Jane, he wrote, it's a free country. I'm an adult and you're an adult. You are writing a whole book about what you hate about me. We both made promises that we didn't keep. If you don't want to talk to me, there's nothing I can do. Prosecution. Did you get the phone? He's sitting there communicating to this woman, telling, yo, you don't want to talk to me. You don't want to deal with me. It's a free country. You can go get a job. You know what I mean? You can do what you want to do. You're not being held hostage. What's the problem here? Right? Diddy wrote, it's a free country. I'm an adult and you're an adult. We are writing, he said, you are writing a whole book about what you hate about me. Evidently she loved the man, right? Get it. But don't come. Either leave him alone, either love him, like I said, like the song say, either love him or leave him alone, right? We both made promises that we didn't keep. If you don't want to talk to me, there's nothing I can do. Prosecution. Did you get the phone? Yes. I know that's totally out of context, but I don't know if did he call her? And what did you say? Wow. Man. That tangled little web, man. That tangled little web. Like I say, hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the thumbs up button. Share this. Like I said, we over here giving gavel to gavel coverage. We not being biased. We taking the information as we see it. We not creating our own narrative based on somebody wanting us to say anything about Diddy, favorable or unfavorable, right? It is what it is. You see it right here. You see it right here. Diddy told her, it's a free country. I'm an adult and you're an adult. You're writing a whole book about what you hate about me. We both made promises that we didn't keep. If you don't want to talk to me, there's nothing I can do. Are y'all reading what I'm reading? Yeah, either love me or leave me alone. It's all good. Hold on, but the last part is the part, what they said? There's nothing I can do. But that ain't what they telling us. They telling us he coercing her and, it's fraud and, you know what I mean? There's nothing I can do. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. She thinks she can pull a fast one on him. Right. Now I get what you're saying when you think he's a Vic. Right. Absolutely. Like, yo, ain't nothing I could do if you don't want to talk to me. Okay, cool. I'll holler. You know what I mean? You know, it's like, you don't want to talk to me. Okay, cool. But I want you to still pay my rent, though. Can you do that? And we be cool. Nah. Wow. What she say? Pep talks. What she say? You knew I would finish strong. Pep talks to keep me performing. I know I was consenting. She said she was consenting, ladies and gentlemen. Like you said, you didn't know. I didn't want it. You didn't know I didn't want it. This is my truth. I love you very much. I need to take a pause. So, ladies and gentlemen, how was there coercion? And she just said in her text message that she wrote to Diddy that she knew that she was consenting, ladies and gentlemen. Wiggly's, what's good? Ray Johnson, what's good? Alina Maddox, what's good? Lola Grace, what's good? Fatima, what's good, Fatima? Alan Wells. Boom, absolutely. You see it, Mo Better? Yeah, look. Here it is right here. You see it in black here. Jane said, you knew I would finish strong. Pep talks to keep me performing. I know I was consenting. like you said, you didn't know I didn't want it. This is my truth. I love you very much. I need to take a pause. There you go. No, they're trying to get it out before the defense can bring it across. Right? The prosecution, AUSA Comey. Why did you say I know I was consenting? Jane, I pick up the word from him. Get the fuck out of here. Now she pick up the words consenting from Diddy. Listen, man. I pick up the words from him. He said if anyone saw these videos, they'd said you wanted it. Prosecution. Was that true, Jane? She said, I'm still trying to figure that out. No, you're not. You already said you was consenting. Now, she's not even, look, the cold part about the game, she's not even in charge of what she just said just now, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Absolutely, Alina Maddox. Absolutely. You are absolutely right. This is why real women go through so much when something catastrophic really has truly happened in their life like this. And there's no excuse. There's no explanation, and it's crazy. You know, so like I said, people, she said, now but we see here, the prosecution, why did you say, I know I was consenting? Jane, I pick up the word from him. No, you don't. You knew you were consenting. It's simple as that, right? Y'all were an item. Y'all were boyfriend, girlfriend. Y'all were walking around being seen together. He said, if anyone saw these videos, they'd say you wanted it, right? Prosecution. Was that true, Jane? I'm still trying to figure that out. No, you're not. You called Sly. You called Anton. You like Paul. You like all of these guys. So what they're basically saying is don't pay attention to none of the stuff that you heard that she said that she liked that she was doing. Only pay attention to the stuff that, you know, we want you to pay attention to because we need this to be a RICO case. Absolutely, Baynard. True that. It doesn't matter if she's trying to front. Like I said, they running this. She been running this for 2 days, two whole days now. Comey, what did you see in the videos? Jane, I was high. Now she's making, once again, here comes the justification, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not responsible for my behavior. Well, if I didn't Diddy was high, so he ain't responsible either. Alina Maddox, thank you for joining. Appreciate you. So if he not responsible, if she not responsible because she was high, look at the prosecution. What did you see in the videos? Jane, I was high. I was just following a pattern, performing. Prosecution exhibit. Please read it. Jane, it's from my notes. So it's from my notes. I wrote, I am having PTSD. Here come another PTSD. Here come another PTSD, y'all. The girl, what was the girl? Mia claimed PSD. I can understand Cassie from her situation. And here comes Jane Doe, a.k.a. allegedly Daphne Joy. I am having PTSD. Now, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. You got to understand, she was not diagnosed with PTSD, right? She wasn't diagnosed with PTSD. She said, I am having PTSD. Now, like I said, I don't want to negate anybody's feelings in regards to that. This is what she's saying. Prosecution. Oh, why in your notes app? To get my feelings out. I can respect that. Prosecution. Did you see Sean that day? Listen, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all heard everything that was just said? Question. Did you see Sean that day? Jane, yes. At his home. I was comforted by him. Oh my God, come on, y'all. We can't, come on, man. What the fuck is it? What is this, man? I was comforted by him. I was able to talk about the pain I was feeling. He was hugging me. Prosecution. What are these? Photos I took of us in his master bedroom. I felt he understood me in this moment. So she kept all the photos, the evidence. You know what I mean? I need this just in case. You know what I mean? Right. He said, girl, get her out of there. Send her home. Yeah, absolutely. They're going to keep asking the questions 5 different ways. Ladies and gentlemen. And like I said, this stuff has been entered as evidence in discovery, right? So the prosecution is just trying to get ahead of the defense. Once again, we see right here, this was a toxic relationship, as I think Diddy is a toxic person. You know what I mean? But like I said, just can't blame him because it takes 2 to tango. You know what I'm saying? So you can't have one without the other. What's that? Yasha Hala? They need to let the defense cross now. This is a waste of time. Yeah, I believe that too. But you know, like they got to get it all out, right? She taking photos. I felt that. Hold on. Now she said, now y'all got to understand. She said that she needed a pause. We don't know what's gonna happen next. This is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. Oh, Alina, that's so good. That's such a great observation. Alina Maddox says if she had PTSD as soon as she became aware of his freak off nights, she wouldn't have been able to even enter those hotel rooms. Those red lights would have freaked her out. Absolutely, positively so. And I think that's one of the things that the defense is going to pick up on real soon. You know what I mean? Yeah, I understand what she's saying, but yeah, the like I said, the conversation she's having now, and what really was going on is not adding up. Okay, basically, here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Jane, he had a Halloween video. He had a Halloween video shoot. That was nice, but his birthday was approaching, and I felt nervous. He want to party hard, but he spent his birthday with his family. I got him a mobile television. We had these things called movie nights, our videos, right? So she still was, like I said, she said she had PTSD, but I bought him a mobile phone, a mobile television, all of this other stuff. Jane, I felt this TV could substitute for the entertainers. Then Cassie lawsuit came out. It was everywhere on social media. I think I fainted. Prosecution. Call me. Why? Because she sobs. There were 3 pages that were harrowing what I was experiencing. So I told you, and then she wanted 20 million too. Oh man. You can't hear me, Anthony? We say universal ass bag chasers, huh? Well, I mean, I wouldn't even say when Diddy first approached her with the lifestyle, it wasn't even an approach, if you want to be perfectly honest. Yeah, Vicky Phelps, thank you. I appreciate that. Like I said, that's just this program. Like I said, sometimes it clicks in, clicks out. But more importantly, it wasn't even the lifestyle. Like I said, she was with it. I mean, I don't know, what happened meantime and in between time. Say objection, you're on the sidebar. Comey, did you screenshot those pages? Yes. Prosecution, do you recognize this? Jane, it's Cassie's lawsuit filed November 16th, 2023. AUSA, had you met Cassie? In 2015, show and celebration for Sean. That's the only time I met Cassie. Ladies and gentlemen, she got with Diddy in 2021. She had been stalking. She was playing, she was hanging all around the places where she could find guys like him, man. She was hanging around all the places. In 2015, a celebration for Sean. That's the only time I met Cassie. So she had been hanging around, they go to these various spots, the pretty girls, where all of the guys hoping they get chosen. Right. Yeah, man. This is a real thing, man. Yeah, we say Tracy King say gold diggers gone wild. You see it right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is not a game. In 2015, you met Cassie? You say in 2016 she was dating Jason Derulo? Thank you for the information, because we don't know. You know what I mean? Wow. Amazing. Amazing. So in 2015, she was doing the pretty girl thing. Jane, I was reading these pages and it felt like a nightmare. I had a lot of sympathy for this because Combs, Estevao, objection. Judge, ask a new question. Once again, see, they like the brother just said, they asking the same questions. It's like, ask a new question. You know what I mean? Jane, I was reading these pages and I felt like a nightmare. I had a lot of sympathy for this because Combs, Estevao, objection. Judge, ask a new question. How did you react? Jane, like, I can't believe I'm reading my own story. Wow. This was amazing, ladies and gentlemen. Amazing. She said she couldn't believe it was like she was reading her own story. Wow. Well, absolutely. Well, this whole testimony to me is a to get in position so that she can file a lawsuit. She just wanted to, if she doesn't have one already, under the Jane Doe thing. Because remember, there's a lot of Jane and John Doe lawsuits, right? but I don't think hers will have the same effect as Cassie's. See, when Cassie's came out, nothing was out. She came and testified in this court case. The only thing that I could see, like, in going to court and testifying against Diddy in a civil case, she might get a judgment from that perspective. So he would be playing a dangerous game as to take it to trial. So if she's suing, I would think that she is. I don't know. Like I said, he's still paying her rent, ladies and gentlemen. So, yeah. He's still paying her rent as she sits up there and testifies against him at this very moment. Her rent is being paid by Sean P. Diddy Combs. So, like I said, her rent is being paid by Sean P. Diddy Combs. Tanya V, what's good? Y'all kids, what's good? He said what? He should cut her rent off right now. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't know if that like I said, I'm anxious to see what perspective the defense is going to come from, right? Ann and Lee, what's good? Comey, you read your message the day after Cassie's lawsuit. So they should be about ready to end with her direct, because they up to the Cassie lawsuit. Read your message the day after Cassie lawsuit, Jane. 4 in one night, and now I'm going to the doctor. Prosecution. Then 3 days later, Jane, I wrote, I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma. Finally, God finally woke me up about this cycle. You gaslit me. Once again, there's no responsibility on her part. Diddy gaslit her. It's Diddy's fault. When she just said a few testimonies ago, if you will, that she consented, but living my own trauma, right? Okay. Yeah, they call for, I think the judge is going to take it under review. But I think this is, like I said, once again, usually things like that are taken under review immediately. They just look for ways not to grant it. But like I said, at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter, because what's her name? Brianna, it's clear that she lied. Like I said, once again, it's clear that Cassie had found out about all of that information and stuff later. And so with that being said, yeah, that's just simply what it is. Not what we're trying to make it. Yeah, absolutely. And now it's like, Diddy, you gaslit me. He also paid your rent. He also put you in, gave you $10,000 a month. You got to talk about everything in totality. You just can't speak on the things that you want to speak on and think that, oh, okay, that's how some way safe. Yeah, they lied, man. Like I said, I mean, I don't think he'll get no money back from Cassie though. That's a done deal. That's a done deal. But like I said, and the young lady, Brianna, she's suing Diddy for $10 million. So I don't know how she feel like she should get that after the testimony that she laid out. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I thought the same thing. I'm like, look, at the end of the day, this is what's going on. There you go. Queen for Life said it. Queen for Life said everything that happened to these tricks are all Puffy's fault. They are self-serving narcissists, basically. You know what I mean? Looking for a come up. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, despite her saying that you gaslit me and all of this stuff, right? She was mad once again. Why was she mad, ladies and gentlemen? Why was she really mad? She was mad because Diddy gave Cassie $20 million. And she had went to she was doing the same thing that Cassie was doing. And guess what? Remember, you got to remember what this was all about in the beginning. It was all about money. No, Cassie got $20 million, bro. The Intercontinental gave Cassie $10 million. Cassie testified on the stand, $20 million. The Intercontinental gave her $10 million. Right? So remember, she was mad about all of these other alleged women, right? Chelsea and Gina and all of these other women. Now, mind you, that was just spending time, right? But let's go down the real road. The real road is when she read Cassie's lawsuit and then found out that it got settled for the next day, not really knowing how much it got settled for, but news reports saying that Cassie asked for $30 million. And she thinking like, damn, $30 million and I'm only getting $10,000 a month? I asked for 15, but he told me, no, 10. Now I'm reading this lawsuit and finding out she was doing the same shit that I was doing and she get 20 million? I want my money. Totally. Right, that's what I was trying, but like I said, it's not even, at this particular point, that the domestic violence thing is not even that, because they're not giving credit for that either. Right? They're not giving credit for none of that. So when you understand that they're giving credit for only what they want to give credit for, then you get it. Because she never said anything about domestic violence, right? Right. Okay. So now what? You see what I'm saying? Well, we really can't get him on that. He didn't, that pattern doesn't match up. But here you see it right now. The real crux of what was going on is the fact that Cassie got money. And she felt like when she read Cassie's lawsuit, oh, Cassie was doing it too, right? But Cassie got money for hers. The prosecution. We're going to play some audio with your true name redacted. Show the full transcript to the jury. Loud and scratchy audio played. Sean Combs saying, I love you. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to stop all this madness. Jane Doe, I don't know. Check it out now. You see it right here. Well, like I said, once again, man, we actually see what it's about, man. And like I said, Diddy's still paying her rent right now as she sits there and testifies against him. More importantly, we now know what the anger was about. If she was mad about Gina and she was mad about some girl by the name of Chelsea and so on and so forth and all of these other people, right? If she was mad about them, just for being mad about them and thinking that they might be getting a gift or something else that she wasn't getting, right? Then you can imagine when she seen the lawsuit, found out she was doing the same thing Cassie was doing, and Cassie got broke off the next day. And this is the reported amount that was asked for that wasn't confirmed. It was only confirmed in this court case from Cassie's mouth how much money she got from Diddy, which was $20 million. I think they taking it under consideration. I haven't heard whether the judge has denied it or not, but I think they taking it under consideration. Or he might have asked them to file an official motion, because the other one was just a letter. So we're gonna see what happens with that, man. It's gonna be interesting. Like I said, even if he doesn't, like I said in the video last night, even if he doesn't grant them a motion for mistrial, right? Then at the end of the day, you got to think about what's going on here. It's right for an appeal, right? Prosecution. Did you know you were being recorded? Jane. Now, check it out. Jane, no. Prosecution. Did you know you were being listened in on? Jane, no. More audio. Jane said, so now they getting to the end, y'all, because now they trying to point out that she's saying stuff on the phone that's unbecoming. So they want to play it first. More audio. Jane saying, who's there when I close my eyes and I have these fucking things in my head? Prosecution. Play to 345. I would think she said fucking thoughts in my head, right? I mean, you can appeal it as far as you want to appeal it. You know what I mean? You can appeal it all the way to the Supreme Court. It's a federal case, so, yeah. Yeah, so that part right there, I don't think that's really a problem for Diddy's team. You know, like I said, most people don't have that kind of money. Yeah, they have to. You can't. How you gonna people lying on the stand, saying things that happen. You in a totally different place. Based on the time that this person is saying that this happened, right? You somewhere else. You in a whole nother state. When this person is alleged that something happened to them and the date that it happened, and then they said, well, it probably could have happened before then. No, that's not the date that you gave, though. You can't do that. You know what I mean? This is about facts and evidence. This ain't about hearsay or what I think happened, but, you know, we've seen stranger shit happen, man. So they playing the video up to 345. Let me see something. So, side note, ladies, it said Jane began to break down crying when asked about her reaction to reading Cassie Ventura's sex trafficking lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs. When it was filed in November of 2023, I almost fainted, right? And yeah, I almost fainted. So she didn't faint. In fact, I think I did, right? Jane said, adding that there was 3 specific pages that bore a harrowing resemblance to what she had experienced. Jane, Combs's ex, who is testifying under the pseudonym, said that she took screenshots of these pages. It was a nightmare. I can't believe I'm reading my own story, Jane said. It was exactly my experience and my anguish. This is revisionist testimony, right? Because you didn't leave. After all of the anguish and everything that she said she felt, she still didn't leave. Ladies and gentlemen, click the like button, click the share button, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Definitely. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. So that's a side note. You know what I mean? That was one of the actual testimony. Comes out a little bit later. Like I said, once again, now, like I said, okay, this is another one. So Jane testified that Cassie Ventura's lawsuit read like a play-by-play of sexual trauma that Combs allegedly inflicted on her, right? Now it's trauma, right? I feel like I'm reading my own sexual trauma, Jane wrote in the 2023 text message confronting Sean. Ventura's civil complaint read word for word the abuse she also endured. Now, once again, she said nothing about any kind of domestic violence. So that wouldn't be the same from what we understand. And from what we understand, she said that she was consenting. And when asked, well, where'd you get those words from? I got the words from him. I borrowed them from his vocabulary because I lack the understanding of what consenting means. Sean Combs' voice, when they're playing to 345, Sean Combs' voice, I'm trying to be there for you. You know what I'm saying? Jane, I'm just fucked up right now. Sean Combs asks, are you recording me? Prosecution, Comey, Jane, were you recording him? Absolutely not. Okay. Yeah, because you don't know who she working for now. Diddy said she ain't on the team no more. Now she might be trying to come and get me. You know? Brian Dow, what's good? Through Monger, what's happening? E. Styles, Amis, Baynard, Tory Love, Tanya V, Intelligent Hoodlum, Mark Jag, Daryl Jackson, Money Mike. He said Money Mike say, almost fainted, and the award goes to Jane Doe. Cut Creatives. She wasn't recording, but she was damn sure saving every voice and text message. Absolutely. After Cassie lawsuit, it was trauma. Like I said, I told you what it was. She was mad. Like I said, if she was mad about Gina and Chelsea and all these other women, oh, you made sure Chelsea was good in D.C., right? And she mad about something. Did he text her back? I'm not with no females. You know what I mean? Leave me alone. I'm single, right? Right. Okay, now. That being said, so Cassie filed a lawsuit, and she thinking to herself like, damn, she filed a lawsuit. She got 20 million. She thinking to herself, man, I could have been set for life. Absolutely. She thinking to herself, I could have been set for life. Cassie filed a lawsuit, and he gave her what she didn't know at the time. He gave her 30 million. He settled the lawsuit. But like I said, they were still together. He's still paying her rent as of today. So, E. Styles, thanks for listening, man. Appreciate you. This is crazy, man. Let me see if we got some more context, man. And so now also, Jane Doe basically said that Diddy paid her rent to control her. No, he paid your rent because you let him. What you mean? This is crazy, man. Jane testified that Sean Diddy Combs paid her rent, her $10,000 rent, but used it as leverage to control her. This home was being used as leverage, Jane said. Jane previously testified that Combs is still paying her rent. Ladies and gentlemen, you understand how crazy that is? I'm giving you context from somewhere else, right? Jane Doe testified that Sean P. Diddy Combs her $10,000 rent, but used it as leverage to control her. The home was being used as leverage, Jane said. Jane previously just testified that Combs is still paying her rent. So what kind of motherfucking leverage is he getting right now? A jail cell? Ladies and gentlemen, hold on, man. Make this shit make some kind of sense, y'all. Right? Did you just hear what I just said? Well, the first $10,000, it wasn't like a first $10,000. It was $10,000 for rent and $10,000 allowance. So my thing is, see, notice that she says something about the rent, but she really says anything about the allowance that he was giving her also. So that's kind of skeptical to me, if you want to be perfectly clear. But I think that's so eye-opening, right? Right? More audio. Sean Combs voice. What you did is not right. You know what I'm saying? I can't talk on this phone. I don't know what the fuck is going on. I need your support. You say you got me that video thing. Right. She said he basically said you got me that video thing. Prosecution. What did he mean? The mobile TV I got him. Right? So while she's saying all of these things, she testified earlier, like, yo, you got me this mobile TV thing, right? You bought me this thing so we could watch videos and, have our little time together and the shit that we enjoy doing, right? That was the truth. What do you mean, Alina Maddox? What you mean about in total 40 grand what? About 40 grand about what? She didn't set him up. She couldn't set him up. She set herself up. He's still paying her rent. I just read you what she said, right? Right? She said he used the rent as leverage. How? If he's still paying your rent, that's not a true statement. He's still paying your rent while he locked up in prison. And you on the stand right now testifying again. So what leverage does he have right now in print? I know the defense is going to come when they cross-examine it, they're going to ask that question. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can only surmise to think that, yeah. And she said, you got him the mobile TV thing. You knew what was going on. Come on, man. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh man, I couldn't possibly think that 50 wanted anything to do with this young lady at this particular point, man. After 12:30 on the East Coast. 12:30 on the East Coast. Y'all see it. Yeah, I would think that they'd be breaking for lunch. We're gonna see, right? Nah, he was basically, remember that she tried to sue him for talking about when he was talking about, yeah, you're a little sex worker and all of that stuff. They was going through their little situation. So told you she was mad. Cassie got that money. She was like, I was doing the same thing. I should have filed a lawsuit against his ass. Yeah, hopefully the sound come back again. Yeah, he was straight up from the start. Can you hear me now? Cut Creative said she was actually doing more. Yeah, 3 guys and 1 freak office. Wow. Crazy. Thank you, Tanya. I appreciate you. Thanks, Mo Better. Yeah, but R. Kelly's situation is totally different. You know what I mean? Like I said, but yeah, it's similar and one and the same. I would have to agree with that. It's similar acts and one and the same. So when you think about the big picture, let me see what they're doing, man. What are they doing, man? Okay, here you go. Your Honor, this might be a good time to break. Okay, jurors, you may go. Jurors exit. Judge, how much longer, Ms. Comey? I'm confident I'll finish today. It may be at the end of the day, but today. So she's really trying to milk this thing out, man. We're gonna see. So, but like I said, more than anything, it makes, for an interesting situation coming from the defenses. At least we know they're gonna get on and really get their thing off. Like I said, so it's gonna be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, for all the people who didn't know, who don't know, like I said, we were talking about this last night right here, in regards to, for the mistrial. And so still waiting on what the judge is going to say in regards to the mistrial. So that should be interesting, very interesting. And yeah, we're gonna see what happens, man. We're gonna see what happens. Like I also said, if you have not picked up the book yet, you got to get the book. The interviews over there on the Art of Dialogue, Behind the Walls with Tupac Shakur. It's on Amazon. This is funny. Let me tell you how people do, right, ladies and gentlemen. Check this out. It was people in the comments, they were like, yeah, I don't believe this story. I don't believe it, because you can't wear your clothes in prison, right? And I pointed to, like, this was like 94, 95, when Pac was locked up in Rikers Island. And I actually had to point to a video of Tupac's last interview where he was talking to Rob Marriott, and where Tupac was talking about wearing $200 sweatsuits in Rikers Island, ladies and gentlemen. So like I say, a lot of times, man, people, they say certain things they don't know. If they don't know, then it can't be true. You know what I mean? When they know, then they want to tell everybody else like it's true. But like I said, you got to go pick up the book, Behind the Walls with Tupac. You go check out the interview. I would say that the interview is just a tad bit of what's in the book. The book definitely, you trying to recite stuff from a book is, kind of hard when you sit down and you really put your thoughts together from the book's perspective. But like I said, you got to pick it up. We're going to be back after lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate everybody coming through. It should get more interesting after lunch. Your boy DELRAY, straight game. Stay with me. Stay tuned. If you had not subscribed to the channel, please do so. Click the like button, click the share button. And like I say, thank everybody for coming through. Check out the interview on the Art of Dialogue. Let's go.
Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother.
Ladies and gentlemen, we back. I want to take you guys through some of this. We're still waiting for them to come back into the courtroom. Still waiting for them to come back into the courtroom. But I want to take you through some of the side stuff. I would say more contextual information in regards to what was said in the court a little bit earlier today. Like I said, we still waiting for them to come out from lunch, right? And after that long, daunting testimony from this morning, if you will. So check this out. I just want you guys to understand this. This is crazy right here. So Jane Doe earlier today during her testimony, right? These are some of the things that she said that wasn't really actually posted in the from Inner City Press, right? And basically, in one testimony, Jane Doe said, she said, I became a side chick in my own relationship. Jane read aloud messages between her and Sean Diddy Combs in December 2023, right? Now, mind you, this is after Cassie's lawsuit. So she's really angry. She's angry, number one, that Cassie filed a lawsuit and the lawsuit got settled the next day. So from my understanding, what I process now is now she's claiming to be a sex worker. Listen to this. She says that Jane read aloud messages between her and Sean P. Diddy Combs in December 2023, where Combs asked if she was dating, right? She sent him an audio message, which was not played in court, and then wrote, in part, I became a side chick and sex worker in my own relationship. This is what she claimed that she had now become in her own relationship, right? She said the situation was traumatizing for her. Combs responded by asking if she was seeing anyone, and then later asked if she wanted to see him in the new year and asked about his Christmas present, right? So this is December 2023. This is after Cassie filed her lawsuit, right? I think it was November that Cassie filed her lawsuit. He asked about her Christmas present. Jane responded to him saying she was only going to provide for her child for the holidays that year because she had an unproductive couple of years, right? The manipulation is clear. So listen, Combs responded by asking if she was seeing anyone, and then later asked if she wanted to see him in the new year and asked about his Christmas present, right? So Diddy's in fact asking, I guess you could read into it, about a Christmas present. Jane responded to him and saying she only was going to provide for her child for the holidays of that year because she had an unproductive couple of years. She testified that she was referring to the years she spent in the relationship, where most of her time was taken up with hotel nights. So it seemed like she had a bit of a buyer's remorse, if you will, right? This is interesting, man. Like, that was a little bit more into what happened in court. Wow. It's a long ass lunch they taking, man. So I got some more for y'all. So basically, she's saying she became a sex worker in her own relationship, right? The text showed that Jane broke away from Combs at the end of 2023. Prosecutors showed a series of messages between Jane and Combs in December 2023, shortly after Cassie Ventura, and months after Jane expressed displeasure at Combs insisting she have sex with other men, right? In one message, Jane writes that Combs that she is crying and trouble, insisting that she no longer wants to do those nights with him. She urges him to hire prostitutes rather than emotionally hiring women who love him. So now, this was another thing that wasn't revealed. And so her saying that, and this is just one message she sent to him, Jane writes to Combs that she is crying and trouble, insisting that she no longer wants to do those nights with him. She urges him to hire prostitutes rather than emotionally hiring women who love him. So that goes to say that she wasn't a prostitute, right? Because she's making the suggestion that he hired prostitutes, right? And then one message before that, she said that she had become a sex worker in her own relationship. This was her feelings, if you will. And then later in that same month, she basically testified. She said Jane texted Combs that she basically was never satisfied. I guess. She wants some money, man. She said, the only person I'm getting a gift for this year was my child. She said Jane told that she was never satisfied. Combs wrote back that he didn't want to fight and asked her how to move forward, right? Jane told the court that she didn't see Combs after Ventura's suit was filed in November 2023 until February 2024. She testified that they were on a break, right? So that's what? December, January, February. So for about 2 months, if you will, she didn't see Diddy from November 2023 to February 2024. Now, I'm asking this question for the people who've been following along. Was Diddy still paying her rent when she wasn't seeing him? That's going to be one of the questions I believe that the defense is going to ask. They have to. They have to ask that question based on the fact that she's saying that they were on a break. So was he still paying it? Because if he was still paying her bills, like he is now, then so what she's alluding to is simply not true. That was just a part of who he was, correct? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying. So in her making that statement in regards to, they were on a break from November 2023 to February 2024. She said that they were on a break. Okay. I can respect that. Jane said that she was not even the same person anymore, right? Jane is continuing to testify about the message exchanges in December 2023. On December 27, 2023, she sent Combs messages in which she said he was never satisfied. She said, you couldn't ever handle this pain. I'm not even the same person anymore, she said in the message. Combe asked her how they could move on and asked if she was free in the new year. Wow. I trip off for all of the fake admiration, or I wouldn't call it fake admiration, but all of the and I guess based on Diddy, who Diddy basically put himself next to. He put himself next to some brilliant artists, like the Lox, Jadakiss, Biggie, that gave him a lot of credibility. That he really didn't have as an individual. Like I said, you can't take Diddy's a business prowess. You can't take that away from him. Here's another side note, if you will. Sean P. Diddy Combs allegedly told his ex-girlfriend she looked like she was consenting in videos recorded from the hotels. The jury was shown texts between Diddy and Jane. In one message, Jane wrote, you knew I would do anything for you. See, this is a lot of the stuff that we didn't get from Inner City Press. She said, you knew I would do anything for you, but I'd say subtle things to let you know I was tired. I know I was consenting, right? She basically said, I know I was consenting. You could never tell I was uncomfortable. I don't want to keep beating you up about this. I love you so much. It's not easy just to move on. It's not easy just to move on. I love you, right? Now, once again, this is somebody who was participating in what you call freak offs or whatever, basically saying that I know I was consenting. You could never tell I was uncomfortable. I don't want to keep beating you up about this. I love you so much. It's not easy just to move on. I love you. Jane testified she remembered Diddy telling her if anyone were to watch the tapes, she looked like she was having the best time and was consenting. U.S. Attorney Maureen Comey asked Jane if that was true. Jane said, I'm still trying to figure that out. So that was the whole text that was read. Like I said, we get, partial, and it comes in time, the other parts of the text that are being read. We're back, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. We back. Jane, I was commenting about the girlfriend of another rapper. I said, she is so beautiful. Comey, was this rapper an old friend of yours? Jane, yes. I was flown to Las Vegas. There was a birthday party and we went to a strip club. I recognized Anton. Wow. that had to be like crazy, right? Fact check TV. What'd you say? He said she consented, but you should have known I didn't want to do this. East Styles, I wouldn't go shopping with Diddy for anything. Wow. Yeah, that's true. So she said she was flown to Las Vegas. We got to see what this is. Okay. See what's up. Let's see what's up. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Prosecution, Comey. Other than that time, had you ever seen Anton other than on hotel nights? No. Prosecution at USA. This friend, was it platonic? Yes. In the hotel room, Anton was having sex with a woman. The rapper and his girlfriend were there. There was flirting. Who is this, y'all? Hold the fuck on. Hold on, man. Hold on. Comey, other than that time you had ever seen Anton, other than that at the hotel night? She said no. This friend, was it platonic? Yes. In the hotel room, Anton was having sex with a woman. The rapper and his girlfriend were there. There was flirting. Wow. I think we might be getting into something else that we didn't probably know that we were going to get into from this situationship here. Woo. So Anton was one of the guys that she liked. She said she going to Vegas, or she went to Vegas for this situation thing or whatever. And so they ran into Anton. Okay. Well, Anton was a male Chippendale dancer or some shit? Comey, how were your finances in January 2024? Better. I decided to do OnlyFans. Ladies and gentlemen. She on OnlyFans. Listen, now I want you to understand. Now, my thing is, so check it out. The question that needs to be asked is, is Sean still paying your rent? Right? Because she said she didn't see him until February. She said, I decided to do OnlyFans. AUSA, what kind of content did you create? Lingerie, swimwear, implied nudity. What's that? Your hand covers your body. I wanted to stand on my own 2 feet. So that's the only way you could do it? Come on, ladies and gentlemen, what's going on? You wanted to stand on your own 2 feet? So hold on, my question is this. Was Diddy paying your rent at the time? That's the question, right? Jane, I was also getting child support. Hold on. She was getting child support. She talking about the child support now. I was also getting child support and some money from Bear. I advertised this brand on my social media. He offered me money. Actually, he just sent it to me. AUSA Comey, how much? $9,000. He said, if you want to post for my brand, do. No big deal. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Woo. She said she went from, what she call it? She went from being a sex worker. She said with Diddy in a relationship, she called it, I went from, I was a sex worker in a relationship to going to OnlyFans. Okay. I'm just trying to make sure that we got this shit correct, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just trying to make sure we got it correct. That's all. Wow. And like I say, ain't nothing wrong with OnlyFans. If you feel like that's what you want to do, not knocking the hustle. Not knocking the hustle at all. But my thing is, so ladies and gentlemen, notice, listen to me, ladies and gentlemen, listen to me. And I want you to understand. Notice the child support thing only came up now. So she wasn't getting child support back then? Sure she was. Why would they bring it up now? Like I said, you see the convenience in bringing it up now? Because she made it seem like, once again, the only reason that they didn't bring up the child support back then earlier in this testimony is because it would have shown that she would have been able to leave Sean P. Diddy Combs, and in fact that the rent and the allowance, none of those things crippled her like she claimed that they did. You understand what I'm saying? So they now talking about child support. She was getting child support all this time, right? But in fact, to bring up the child support, then you would say, well, how much? See, and you notice the prosecution not going to ask, well, how much child support were you getting? Right? But guess what? The defense going to ask that question. So you weren't being held by, they're going to say, well, you weren't being held hostage by Mr. Combs's money. You were getting $10,000 a month. You could have left, had your own place, nice car, anything. So what were you really doing? You see what I'm saying? Oh, they're going to turn her into somebody else, man. Trust me. Watch this. Yeah. They're going to turn, I'm telling you, you'll see. She in trouble. You know what you say? You know how your kids tell their little brother or sister, you in trouble? Yeah, that's what's going down. Yeah. She said she wanted to stand on her own 2 feet. Wow. He said 90 days still same day as cash. She's still on the payroll for a little something. When James in the building. Tanya V. Sticky. Money Mike. Classy. DJ. Intelligent Hoodlum. E Styles. Welcome back. Yo, hit the like button, hit the share button, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, if you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. It's very much appreciated. Share the content. Share it on your Twitter. Share it on your Instagram. Share it on your Facebook. Your Snapchat, wherever, the share button allows you. Your LinkedIn, wherever it allows you to share it, please do. Appreciate you. And that time you say big trouble. Wow. Yeah, they're gonna hit on that child support thing a little bit earlier. So in 2021, when you receiving child support, 2022 you received child support, 2023 you received child support. How come you didn't tell the defense? How come you didn't tell the prosecution that? They didn't ask me. Oh, okay. Sean messaged me. He had a dream about me that I was on the Concord. The USA called me. What did you she said, why did you answer him? I missed him dearly. He said, so what you want to do on your birthday? I said, I'm traumatized by my past birthdays and what they led to. Now, mind you, she's now traumatized. And after this Cassie lawsuit, now, there's a certain narrative that she pushing, right? Not to say that she wasn't, I don't know. But there's a certain narrative. I noticed the tone of her conversation and interaction with Diddy after the narrative, after the Cassie lawsuit. So the way she responded, the way she was talking, all of that kind of changed, if you will. So, once again, notice that the question hasn't been asked. During your break, was Mr. Combs still paying your bills? Because this is 2-3 months now. During the 2-3 months, was he still paying your bills? So he wasn't using the what's the name over your holding it over your head because you were on a break. You couldn't take a break if you was a sex worker, if you was all these other things that you claim, right? So, just the things that I'm catching. You know what I mean? As I sit here and I listen to this. No, the other lady, she's just as good. I forgot her name. Estevale. Estevale's just as good. Like I said, Estevale is she's just as good as cross-examiner as Brian Steele is. And Westmoreland. Yeah, she's definitely she's great. Estevao did Cassie. She cross-examined Cassie. And did a fabulous job, so. She said she was traumatized. Let's see if we got some of this great context here. You gotta keep beating them at keep beating them at there. Come on. Let's get it. Let's get it. The prosecution, Comey. What did Sean write? He said, if you change your mind, I miss you. Stay happy. Love. Ladies and gentlemen, Diddy wasn't tripping on no hurt, man. Check it out, though. And the cold part about it is, when he wrote this text message in January of 2024, was he still paying your rent? Why is the prosecution not asking that question? I mean, we probably have the answer that we have, right? But why are they not asking that question? Because like I said, the rent was, she said the rent was used as leverage. So now, if he just like, yo, he said, if you change your mind, I miss you. Stay happy. Love. AUSA. What did you write, Jane? That I'm just being mature. I don't think I'm ready to see you. Prosecution. Did you see him for your birthday in February 2024? Boom. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, what the hell is going on, y'all? Come on, man. Yo, hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel if you have not already. Like I said, I'd like to thank each and every one of you guys, even during the technical difficulties, for staying down and dirty with us over here on Straight Game TV, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, man, you got to, hold on. You got to start from the top on this one. Sean messaged me, and he had a dream, said he had a dream about me that I was on the Concorde. Comey, why did you answer him? I missed him dearly. He said, so what you want to do for your birthday? I said, I'm traumatized by my past birthdays and what they led to. Prosecutions. What did Sean write? He said, if you change your mind, I miss you. Stay happy. Love. Right? This is not, yeah, bitch, I'm paying your rent. You better come and do what I want you to do because I'm going to stop paying your bills and I'm going to do. He ain't saying all of that. How in the hell is he using the rent? And that's why I say it's important that we not getting, yo, was he still paying her rent at that time? Right? He said, Puff and the Wrestlers. Funny, right? So he's still paying the rent at the time, right? Jane, that I'm just being mature. She said, so what did you write? That I'm just being mature. I don't think I'm ready to see you, right? Prosecution, did you see him for your birthday? Yes. Man. Woo. Man, this shit is crazy, man. It's crazy. Oh, hell, what's good? This is crazy, man. She's like, yes, I saw him. He saw me too. This is crazy. Okay, hold on, look. Prosecutions. How was it in Miami? Sean had candles. My heart was beating super fast. And I think his was beating fast too. We were oddly in the same color. I thought that was nice. Prosecution. What happened at dinner? Balloons, 5-course dinner. And then here came Jay. Another freak off. Or here came Paul or Anton or Sly or whoever else they did with. I don't know, man. I'm just joking, because I mean that's usually what followed everything, right? That's how he was doing it, right? Crazy, man. Jane, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. She back on her drug tip. See, we used ecstasy. Then Sean asks, do you want to see Don? I told you. Hey, dude, this dude, Diddy had a real problem, man. He had a real problem, man. Yeah, he was on some other shit. I mean, like I said, that was his thing. And right. Hold on now. She said, see now, Diddy understands that she likes to see certain people now, right? Okay. So after we use ecstasy, then Sean asks, do you want to see Don? Prosecutor, Comey, what was your reaction? I was high. I said, okay. Oh, come on, y'all. Y'all see this shit? Are you kidding me? Right? Me and Don had sex in one star. You mean Star Island, right? With his place where he lived at, right? In one star. Then we rested a couple of days. Then we flew to LA. We were back together. Ladies and gentlemen, she was ready to go. Like what they say, tell me when to go. My God, Lord have mercy, y'all. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Subscribe to the channel, please, if you have not already, whether you're in the chat or outside the chat. This is crazy. They were back together again. No pressure. She said she had 2-3 months off. She didn't see him for all of that time. After Cassie filed the lawsuit, right? Now, what was my thing is this. Did Diddy give you any more money than he had been giving you when they got back together? I'm curious. That's all. But the prosecution don't want us to know that. Yeah, the prosecution don't want us to know that. Prosecution in 2024. Where did you visit Sean? Miami in May, July, and August, and at my residence in LA a couple of times. Did you and Sean go out in Miami and in LA in 2024? No, things had really hit the fan. A lot was going wrong in his life. I mean, them lawsuits, man. I mean, she just basically, like I said, Maureen Comey, she just basically going over the sex details. I mean, it's like, it seems like they've stopped trying to establish any kind of RICO at this particular point. I mean, based on her testimony, she consented. She took a break. There was no pressure. There was no rent used as leverage or none of those things. You know, that seemed like that was chump change to Diddy, you know, $10,000 a month. You know what I mean? And so from that perspective, it was what it was. I mean, like I say, any woman worth her weight in gold would understand that, you know, he just wasn't the guy unless you was really into that shit and you just didn't want to get a job. And, you know what I mean? She went right where I was high, so I did it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I don't really know how to justify that. I can't justify it for her. And I don't think she needs anybody to justify it for her. I think that's just the way that it was. Jane, the press was after him about Cassie lawsuit. Prosecution, Comey. With which entertainers do you have sex with in 2024? Jane, Anton, Don, and Larry. We stayed in the residences. There was a lot of focus on Sean elsewhere. I showed him how lucrative OnlyFans was. Oh, man. Wow. Whew. Lord have mercy. Good God Almighty. Yeah, Tanya B. Tanya B said there's always high, drunk, drugged out excuses. Yeah, that's the funny part too, Classy. This is the case, like you say, where nobody takes accountability but Diddy. You know what I mean? Everybody else, we weren't, But look, hold on. She said we stayed in the residences. There was a lot of focus on Sean elsewhere. I showed him how lucrative OnlyFans was. So hold on, ladies and gentlemen. Remember during the beginning, people were making this suggestion that the reason why he gave her money was to keep her off of OnlyFans and control her. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the question has to be asked now. Okay, so when she was doing OnlyFans, remember she took that break from December 2023 until February 2024. She said she started doing OnlyFans. Now, during this time when she was doing OnlyFans, was Diddy still paying her rent? She said she was doing good and she was receiving child support. We gonna hear about that. This is not gonna go well. I could see it already. Like I'm just seeing through the stuff that they're not saying, and that's why I say, like I say over here, Straight Game, we're not really listening to all of what they're saying. We are, but more importantly, we're trying to pay attention to what they're not saying. Because the prosecution is supposed to be getting all of those things out. Say, Jane, Sean was putting on music and we went to my phone. He asked me, who's Bear? Why are you texting like this with him? The money thing came up that Bear had sent me money. He started getting dressed. I started crying. I felt misunderstood. What the fuck you was? Hold on. Now, once again, did he start getting dressed, right? Right? Once again. So now, she said, I felt misunderstood. So Bear didn't send her $9,000 Bear didn't send her $9,000 to promote no brand. Bear sent her $9,000 because he was an only fan. Did y'all hear that? That rhyme. I ain't even meaning for it to rhyme. Said Bear didn't send her $9,000 to promote his brand. Bear sent her a $9,000 because he was an only fan, or one of her only fans. Amazing. So she talking about, she's showing Diddy how lucrative OnlyFans was, right? But she, like I said, but she still continued to see him. Yeah, absolutely, dark skin. Dark skin says she's a bum if high class entitlement was a person. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, she said she met Cassie in 2015. So she had been hanging around the circles, trying to work her pretty. She was trying to work her pretty on a motherfucker, man. Like, I'm pretty. Look at me. You know what I mean? Don't you want me? You know what I'm saying? Oh man, it happens every day, man. Every day. It's like, I'm pretty. See me, look. I ain't really got nothing else going on but my pretty, but look. So, and like I said, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. So if a person wants to, entertain somebody like her and they want to be with her, it's all good. Prosecution. What did Sean text you? He wrote, what's going to happen if I come over tonight? I said, do you want me to, he said, I said, do you want me to be alone? I can arrange that. I wrote back, he was supposed to see, he wrote back, he said, I wrote back, he was supposed to see his mother in air quotes. I meant another woman. I'm in another woman. He wanted a party. So I don't know what that means either. It's crazy, man. Wow. So, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, like I said once again, after all of the crying and the complaining, wouldn't say crying and complaining. That's it's the wrong way to say it. After all of that she's alleged and she stayed away for all of this time, my thing was even after Diddy found out about the Bear guy, right? I'm wondering, at this time when she showed she made the $9,000, why is he sending you money like this? Blase blah. What she was really trying to do when she showed Diddy that was like, see, you ain't the only person that want to give me money, right? That was that game. You know what I mean? It's like, oh, you ain't the only person that want to give me money. Okay. You know what I mean? But it didn't affect Diddy like that. Diddy got mad. Absolutely. We're going to see. We're going to see how that plays out under cross-examination. Whether it's fair and equitable, if you will, right? I don't think the judge is biased. I think, he's trying to do the best job that he possibly can. Under the circumstances, right? Well, I think the mistrial situation is under review because the prosecution had till this morning to basically respond. Prosecution. What did Sean ask? He said he wanted me to sign something for him so he could have closure. I thought he meant so I wouldn't be a threat. Prosecution. Had you ever sent him a demand letter? No. Sean said, you are making your money, you are making your own money. Right. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. So we got the answer to the question that I've been basically trying to find out. Here we go. So now, Diddy wasn't trying to hold her captive. Didn't want to use any leverage to anything. Listen to what he said. And even if whatever this is that we're going to get to in this testimony, right? Prosecution. What did Sean ask? He said he wanted me to sign something for him so he could have closure. I thought he meant so I wouldn't be a threat. Listen, she thinking one thing. Prosecution. Had you ever sent him a demand letter? Jane, no. Sean said, you are making your own money. Simple. You making your own money now. You don't need mine. Right? So, because she wasn't telling him, you know, like I said, I think she thought that was going to work the other way around when she let him know about OnlyFans. But it backfired, right? So let's see what we see here now. Check it out, y'all. This is very, very interesting. Very interesting. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. If you have not subscribed to the channel, please do. What did you reply? I said, I am working on paying off my debt. I told y'all, ladies and gentlemen. Come on, man. Bling, 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 bling. There's the bell. There's the bell. There's the bell. I told y'all. I told y'all she was in debt. Didn't I say that earlier? I told y'all she was in debt. I told you she was in debt, man. She was out there spending money like she was a billionaire, right? But the prosecution, what did you reply? I said, I am working on paying off my debt after being on call, unfocused. Listen to it. Listen to this ungrateful shit she's saying now. Ooh, so now Diddy is responsible for your financial mismanagement. The Diddy's responsible for your financial mismanagement. Did you hear what she just said? She said, what did you reply? I said, I'm working on paying off my debt after being on call, unfocused. Prosecution. How did you go into debt when you were dating a millionaire who gave you thousands? Estevao, objection, sustained. Ooh, y'all see that question? Oh, man. Wow. So let's see if she tried to ask this question a different way. Absolutely. And you supposed to be absolutely hustle hard. No, oh, they gonna look, man, on this cross-examination, they gonna crush. You better believe it. And hold on, y'all. Diddy is still, the audacity though. Diddy is still paying, the prosecutor had the nerve to ask that question. Diddy is still paying her rent right now. So, oh man. Here we go. Well, hold on. So, prosecution, what did you write? I said, I'm tired. You can't even make it to the 2 years without bringing it up to me. What did Sean say here? Jane Bear, my colleague, I said, I hate living in fear. The roof over my head was just going to come off. Oh, wow. So she out here hustling the dude bad too, y'all. Did y'all see that? Wow. Fucking amazing. Fucking amazing, man. Good God Almighty. Woo. But it's all Diddy fault though. Why? I don't. Who knows? I mean, like I said, they said that Diddy was using the rent as leverage, right? I mean, she was gone for 2 months. They didn't see each other. He was still paying the rent. Right now, he's still paying the rent. So the leverage argument doesn't even work. Yeah, the leverage argument doesn't even work. Oh my goodness. Bear, my colleague, I said, I hate living in fear. The roof over my head was going to come off. Well, she playing on everybody's sympathy, boy. Good God Almighty. She was using that pretty, wasn't she? She was using that pretty. If you seen how she looked when she was with 50 Cent, like when you first met her, wow. Jane, I asked, did you tell Robin that his accountant, Jane said, I asked, did you tell Robin that's his accountant to cut it off? He said, you make your own money. Right. What you mean? No. See, no, she's trying to put that in. Hold on, let me see. Prosecution. Did he continue to pay your rent? Yes, he kept paying. Ladies and gentlemen, did you learn his houses were searched? Yes. And HSI came to my house. Right. Wow. So I would want to think that if the person that they were talking about that Diddy was trying to bribe or whatever, could it have been her because she was working with the people, right? But yet he's still paying her rent. Boy, Lord have mercy. Wow. MPWTF, ain't no more cases coming, man. They got a one-man RICO. What they got cases coming for? Who else they gonna lock up? If they was gonna lock somebody up, the feds don't play that. They coming to get everybody. So my thing is that what she just said, it ain't even, oh man, the mere speculation as to what they gonna do as to what's going on right now. Man, ain't no need to speculate, right? She said HSI came to my house. Prosecution. Who hired you a lawyer? Jane. Sean did. AUSA. Is Sean still paying for your lawyer now? Yes. He paying for her lawyer, paying for her rent. AUSA. Did you talk to Sly after the 2024 searches? Yes. He called and said he had a tape and he intended to release it bit by bit on the dark web. Wow. Wow. Here comes the blackmail, y'all. Here comes the blackmail. Amazing. So the people that she wanted to entrust, right? She said she got a tape and planned on releasing it on the dark web. Or he said he got a tape, he gonna release it on the dark web. Wow. Sly, he looking for a payday. Yeah, he looking for a payday. He looking for a payday. He's like, man, I'm trying to get paid. Did he got how much money? God have mercy. And Jane, I asked Sly how he got the video. He said that Sean picked up his phone and recorded with it. I asked Sly / Cabral how much he wanted. He said $10,000. I told Sean Cabral just tried to extort me. Sean was crying. What did he say? Get legal on it. Wow. That nigga Diddy, she said Diddy was crying. Don't cry now. You know what I mean? All that tough Diddy from the city shit. You don't cry now. What you crying for? So they trying to extort the man. So who's the victim? Who the real victim? Good God Almighty, man. It was Vulture City, man. AUSA, did you speak with Cabral? Yes. I told them this was sextortion and I would not talk with him. Then a media company called me and said they bought the tape. And did I have a comment? I fainted. Wow. We had the Sobs control the situation. Amazing, y'all. Wow. What a tangle motherfucking web people weave, don't they, man? Ladies and gentlemen, it's not a story whether as to you believe it or not, right? Diddy so high and whatever he's going through, if he made a mistake and recorded her and the guy on tape with him might be saying stuff in the background, ain't no need to lie. By mistake because he was high? Yup. I know. It's hard to believe, fact check. That's what she's saying, though. And then they got a call from a media company, say they bought the tape, man. Why does she need to lie? Listen to me. If she's lying, listen, Classy. If she's lying, it will be exposed, right? But this is something that the dude Sly is telling her. Now, she said, Diddy start crying. That can't be cap. I know. Oh, a lot of this shit is unbelievable. You know what I mean? But I'm just listening to what she's saying. We're going to see, like I said, we're going to see if any of it stands up. Check it out. That's what I'm saying. That's why we're here trying to figure it out. Jane, did the media company ever publish the video? Jane, no. Do you know why? No. Then the hotel video of Sean and Cassie came out. I was with Sean in Miami. So they were together when the video came out. How about that? We didn't know that. Prosecution, how did you first learn about the video? There was a knock on the door. So now, let me go into this. Now, could that have been the government trying to play on Diddy, talking about they had a tape? See, now that could have been part of the play, right? And the media company basically saying that they called and they said that they had, the media company could have been the government, seeing how he would react to it, right? And Diddy doing the smart thing saying, yo, get legal on it. But see, the tape never came out. So that could have been the boy Sly working with the government. You see what I'm saying? And so, like I said, so y'all partially right in the chat. You could be right. It could be a false story that the government came with some side story, seeing if Diddy would want to buy the tape and trying to bait him into buying the tape, right? Yeah, it's extortion on every side. Oh, absolutely not guilty. Like I said, for what they charged them for. So she said there was a knock on the door, ladies and gentlemen. Jane, Sean was called out. I went down and everyone was talking. It was at 2-star. It was a 2-star. USA Comey, what happened? Sean was huddled with his team and his family. I was just giving everyone space. Later we had a huddle. His sons were involved, right? Yeah, I think that you got to think like they think, right? You got to think like that they think. They were trying to bait Diddy into buying a tape, right? And so they had dude lie and say that he had a tape because evidently they had to be monitoring everything. They might have told him to lie and say, yeah, he made a mistake and picked up the phone because whatever. And then saying the media company called him was the government undercover, saying that, yo, we're going to publish his tape. And Diddy was like, get legal on it. You know what I mean? You know. And then one thing led to another. The tape never came out because there was no tape that existed. Get it? Yeah. That's probably what that was. He said, Fact Check TV said, I can't get out my thoughts. Hey, they charge for that now on Twitter, man. You know, it's always something, you know, you got this a pay to play thing, man. Basically, Comey, huddle for what? To come up with an apology. He showed me a draft of what he would say on social media. Prosecutors, did you read it? Jane, he addressed Cassie by name. In the draft I saw, I felt it was more heartfelt. I thought it was good enough. So she there, she riding, like I said, she right there. You say the feds don't lose. This ain't even about the feds losing. This is about the truth and the facts and what the jury believes. All you need is one juror to not say not guilty. All you need is one of them to be a holdout, two of them to be a holdout, three of them to be a holdout. And they believe that no, he was paying her rent, still paid her rent, all of it. This wasn't that. This was a relationship. Not only that, see, because now that the Cassie video is out, right? She's right there by his side. They still an item. They got back together. So anything that the rent being used as leverage, all that shit go out the window. I understand how she was feeling, you know, when she says what she was feeling, you know, but right now, as it's playing out, she's right there. So my thing is, where's the sex trafficking? Who she was sex trafficked to? Nah, I mean, I don't know what like I said, we don't know what the true meaning or reason behind her testifying at this particular point. Dude, Diddy is still paying for her lawyer right now. Now, I think they basically told her, you know, either you testify or we lock you up. And she chose to testify. No, we're not going to give you immunity. You know what I mean? You know, sometimes they play hardball like that, right? Prosecution. Did you talk later one-on-one with Sean about the video? Jane, yes. He said that Cassie hit him too, right? Okay, here it come. It's coming out, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, he said Cassie hit him too. Mind you, this is the only video that we've seen up until that point where Diddy had basically affected violence on Cassie. But Jane is saying, Sean said in the video, she said yes. He said that Cassie hit him too. Then I was told that KK was coming and I had to go into another room. I did. And I went back to LA. Right? Prosecution. Do you recognize this? Jane, Sean's IG apology. So now, I say to you this. She's saying that Cassie hit him too. It changes the dynamics of things. This young lady right here never talked anything about domestic violence in regards to Sean P. Diddy Combs, right? And so with that being said, it only makes you think, doesn't excuse his actions, not even hardly, but it gives you more context as to what happened and what went on according to her and what he told her. We weren't there. We don't know. They just giving us the testimony, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen. Hit the share button. Hit the thumbs up button. I appreciate each and every one of you guys being here. Oh, she was caught and she in charge of prostitution. Where that information come from, Queen for Life? I would love to see that. No, Diddy plant? No. I mean, like I said, I understand people like to come up with conspiracy theories, man. Don't think that much into it, man. It's not that. This shit is pretty simple. If somebody know that they've been had and they've been got for something, the HSI went into her place, you know, and probably made threats to her. And like I said, she said, sure. Video played to the jury, not on public screen. So now they're playing the Diddy apology video that he apologized to Cassie on Instagram, right? So video playing to jury, not on the public screen and gallery. Sean, disgusting. I have to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm truly sorry. Prosecution, Comey, how did you feel about it? Jane, I was disappointed. I felt there was no heart. Estevao, sidebar. Judge, sure. So now they sidebarring again, ladies and gentlemen. As to how she felt about the video is irrelevant, though. I mean, and I'm sure, like that wouldn't matter, but okay. How she felt about the video in the context of what that is, I don't think really is important. I think that's why Estevao called for the sidebar. Like I said, so you can tell we kind of getting to the end of the testimony in regards to what she's saying and what she's testifying to. So, yeah. Like I said, if you outside the chat, there's a lot of people that don't be in the chat with us, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you guys too. Shout out Classy, Queen the Virgo, B, Anonymous 3, KZ, Queen for Life, Universal Axe, Larry Legend, Cut Creatives, Mo Better, Wando McCray. Yeah, like I said, JP Six Gunner, Baltimore World, Alan Wells. What else? Corey Simmons, Intelligent Hoodlum, Tanya V. Hit the thumbs up button, ladies and gentlemen. Subscribe to the channel. So yeah, right now they're in sidebar. Let me see if I can go get some other context, man, that yeah. And so, like I said, so I'm wondering, they say, she said later, she said that I received a call from a big media company saying they just bought the tape and asking for comment. Now, and I'm wondering what tape that is. Is that the Cassie tape of the hotel thing? Or was that the tape of oh boy, like I said, yeah, because it's kind of funny. It's like, Yeah, Sly was working with them people, man. Sly was working with them people trying to throw out some bait. Jane said she said the company never released the tape, and she never talked to Sly again after that. You know what I mean? Said Jane said one of her entertainers they used to frequent, Sly threatened to release a sex tape of them in 2024 after the searches occurred. Sly said he had a 35-minute video. See, they didn't talk about how long it was, but they said it was a 35-minute video of he and Jane during a hotel night because Sean Diddy Combs had recorded the video on Sly's phone instead of his own. My heart was beating out of my chest, and I couldn't believe what he was saying to me. Jane testified she asked Sly what he wanted for the tape, and he asked for $10,000. She told him she tried to make it happen. Jane said she called Combs, who got his legal team involved. She then spoke to Sly again and told him she had legal representation and what he tried to do was sextortion. And she wouldn't be having any further conversations about it. Wow. Motherfuckers crazy, man. Man. So they still in the sidebar, trying to buy some drinks. Wow. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Crazy, 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 man. Crazy, crazy, crazy. So let's see if they give any credibility to Diddy telling Jane that Cassie hit him too. They don't want to hear about that. We don't want to hear about. We only want to hear about one side of this shit. We just want to hear how he's guilty and how we can lock him up forever. Do. Got one user saying, the video lacked repentance. His heart was not contrite. And people try to read into everything, man. I don't think he was sorry enough. You know, he had to bleed and give a kidney. And I think his apology would have been accepted. People be bugging, man. People be bugging, dude. Who was that? Let me see. My bad. I missed it. I was looking for who's that? Oh, Michael Parker. Thanks, Michael Parker. Michael Parker say they need to sick Brian the Animal Steel, like George the Animal Steel, right? They need to sick Brian the Animal Steel on her for cross-examination. This seems like a humiliation ritual. It does. It basically does, man. It does. I'm just saying. Still no RICO. Absolutely. But not only that, Michael, check this out though. The Esteveo, the lawyer that's going to be, I believe, because she's doing all the objecting, right? Esteveo, I believe Esteveo is good. Remember, Esteveo cross-examined Cassie. So I think Esteveo is tailor-made for this type of cross-examination, if you will, because she did a great job with Cassie. You know, very insightful, and like I said, and wasn't, you know, She didn't come across as hostile, you know what I mean, very polite, and all of those other things, you know. And you need, that's why Diddy has so many lawyers, because you need to tailor the cross-examination accordingly, right? Cross-examine accordingly. Check this out. Said the judge is giving the jurors a break. The jurors leave. A judge, Miss Comey, can I get a proffer as to the relevance? Right, absolutely. To the relevance, that's what I was trying to tell you, like, to the relevance. Comey, if I can't compare the drafts, I'll strike the last question about comparing the drafts, right? So basically, I think they're talking about, remember she asked her, did you see the draft of the apology? She said she's seen the draft, and the first one, he was using Cassie's name. And so I think the relevance to showing the video is, was that the draft of the, what's the name that you read? You know what I mean? Yeah, and basically Ignafalo said, we want all those questions stricken. Right. You know what I mean? Like I said, once again, what's the relevance as to what she thought about the video that Diddy put out? That has nothing to do with it. So, Parker, you right, man. You know, once again, it seems like, hey, Michael Parker, you right. It seems like some kind of embarrassment ritual. You see what I'm saying? So, because right now they're basically saying, hey, you know what? This is totally unnecessary. You know, and now the judge is asking Comey, if I can't compare the drafts, right? Listen, right? She said, if I can't compare the drafts, I'll strike the last question about comparing the drafts. And Ignafalo's saying, we want all the questions stricken. Absolutely. I mean, what's the relevance? You got, you know what I mean? Well, you got, what's the relevance to what they're doing right now? How is it relevant? And so I totally understand where they're coming from. Michael Parker, trust and believe that the gloves will be off during the cross-examination. I predict that the prosecutors will be objecting every 20 seconds. Absolutely. Absolutely. And like I said, you know, you rarely heard the defense really object, only certain things, and sometimes they got overruled, but most of the times they got sustained. You know what I mean? As the prosecution was trying to really go too far. Like with this sidebar here, and now we understand why the defense asked for a sidebar. So, and it's interesting, man. It's very, very interesting. Let me see if I could go get some. Yeah, we seen all of that. So yeah, here's a little bit more context on it. Jane, she gave Combs some space that day while he huddled with his family and friends. At some point that day, she was invited into a huddle with Combs, his sons, and others as they planned a sincere apology post to address the video. She and Combs didn't discuss the video in those first days, Jane said, but she never heard him deny it, and it was him on the video. The next day, Combs showed Jane a draft of a statement that he had posted on social media. She said Jane testified that she gave Combs positive feedback on the post he drafted. She flew back to Los Angeles from Miami soon after that. So. like I said, so much testimony, you can get lost in the sauce if you're really not paying attention. And the reason I say lost in the sauce is because, you know, what really was going on at that particular time, him paying her rent, you know, all of the other things that people wanted it to be that it simply wasn't. Yeah, and you come to understand now, it's like, well, a lot of the stuff that she said, it wasn't true. I think the prosecution tried to alleviate some of the things that the defense can probably hit on, but I don't think that's going to stop the defense from hitting on those things. So Diddy's also paying for her lawyer right now that she has. I don't know what good that would do at this particular point. Shit, she in there testifying now. Let's see something. Here we go right here. Combs Ignophilo. I advise not to name Cassie. I was advised not to name Cassie, as she might be a grand jury witness. So privileged. I don't know if he was saying I was advised not to name Cassie, as she might be a grand jury witness. So privileged. Prosecution Comey. Our next question are about Combs' violent assault on Jane and forcing her to have sex with an entertainer while still injury. It goes to the state of mind. Okay, so now this is what they say that she's going to testify to next. That Diddy did have violent moments with Jane. Our next question is about Combs' violent assault on Jane's and forcing her to have sex with an entertainer while still injury. It goes to state of mind. So they're arguing this in front of the judge right now while the jury's out. So no, so all of that, I would say smut of testimony, right? To only come back and to say, okay, this is what we're going to ask the question. We're going to ask that. Our next questions are about Combs' violent assault on Jane and forcing her to have sex with an entertainer while still injury. It goes to state of mind. So I guess they wanted to deal with the Cassie video and then go and try to deal with him alleging that he was violent with Jane, though. And then ask her, well, how did you feel about watching the Cassie video? And did you feel anything about that from that perspective? So I'm taking that that's what this is about. So we're going to see. Martin Dixon, that's what the next question. You see it right there. Not my words. Right there. Combs Ignophilo advised not to name Cassie, and she might be a grand jury witness. So privileged. AUSA Comey, our next questions are about Combs' violent assault on Jane and forcing her to have sex with an entertainer while still injured. It goes to show state of mind. That's what they're alleging. Yeah, that's why you can't give women money no more. You can't fly them in. You can't do nothing. But my hands are tied. The federal court got my hands tied. Yeah, you're right about that. The things people do for money, man. It's a damn shame. They play these damn games. No, her credibility is I wouldn't say her credibility not the best, but I think what they're using her for, it doesn't speak to the underlying crimes. I think this next statement that they just made, they're gonna show how Diddy beat her and forced her to do something. You know what I mean? You know, right. I think that's what they're trying to allude to, if you will. Yeah, I say the same thing. Hearsay. Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. Let me see what other. There was another thing they talked about. Diddy allegedly offering her some money or something like that. I don't know how true that is, but yeah, these are very dangerous games, Classy. Yeah, very dangerous games. Yeah, Mama do. Yeah, she could tell lies. Well, like I said, we're gonna see if if it has credibility. I think they probably gonna go to about 4:30 today. I think they're gonna go to 4:30. 4:30, man. They're taking a break, man. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, check this out. So, at the end of the day, we're gonna see exactly what like I said, the defense said that the prosecution say they should be finished by the end of the day, leaving the defense in no time to really cross-examine. So tomorrow's gonna be on fire, right? Tomorrow's gonna be on fire. We're gonna get a chance to see what really is and what really isn't. I think they wanted to try another tactic. I think they didn't offer her immunity. I think they want to try to, if she lies, they'll charge her with perjury. Right? You know what I mean? Versus, this is how you can tell that, what's her name lied? Brianna, basically she lied. she gets immunity, but gets caught in a lie, right? And the first thing that they do is like they gave her immunity. So the people, when she lied, the people that she lied on the behalf of are the people, very people that can charge her with immunity. I mean, charge her with perjury. So in dealing with Jane here, right? Don't offer her, threaten her, but don't offer her any kind of immunity. I don't know yet. I don't know if that's true, but I'm just, summing it up. And then if she gets caught lying, then charge her with perjury. Because she has some kind of conflict of interest. Diddy paying for her lawyer, Diddy paying for her rent. You know what I mean? So she would have the incentive to lie in favor and make him look good in order to get the what? To try to get the charges dismissed or whatever have you, right? Just the theory. So they also said that Diddy said that the hotel incident was the only time that he assaulted Cassie. Right? Combs invited Jane. Let's see. Combs invited Jane to a huddle he convened last year to address the fallout from CNN's release of the 2016 Intercontinental Hotel video, in which Combs was seen assaulting Cassie Ventura. Jane told the court that Combs was attempting to come up with a response, at one point denying the video, but eventually posting an apology video on social media. Later, when she and Combs spoke about the video, Jane said he told her that it was the only time that he enacted physical violence with Ventura. Combs also told Jane that Ventura was a hitter, according to Jane. When asked if Combs told Jane he would hit Ventura, Jane said, "I don't think so, yes, but could not recall the specifics." Yeah, so like I said, it could the dude Bonds, the security guard Bonds, who worked for Diddy too, said that Cassie was violent with Diddy before. You know what I mean? She was a hitter. She was the type of woman that liked to hit. You know what I'm saying? And so, we don't know. Like I said, we that's why we're here trying to find out. But that's the way that was the other context involving that statement. Diddy saying that Cassie was the hitter. She was the type of woman that would hit you. Like I said, these are their statements, not ours, ladies and gentlemen. We sitting back listening, trying to gather as much information as we possibly can to discern from the lies to the truth. Do 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 do. Involving the Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend sought income from an adult subscription site, she claimed, testifying under the pseudonym of Jane. Diddy's ex claimed she joined OnlyFans in January of 2024 while they were on a break from their relationship, ladies and gentlemen. He was still paying her rent. And she was getting child support. Think about it, y'all. Diddy's paying her rent. She getting child support from 50. Right? And she's on OnlyFans. She said because she was trying to pay her bills. I told y'all she was in debt, and she admitted it. She told the court that she posed in lingerie and implied nudity on her page. Jane joined the site to be independent again and reclaim her confidence. She said Diddy was allegedly not happy about Jane's online pursuit because she didn't ask permission to join. But she claims he accepted her choice. Whatever, man. These news people, man, they be trying to formulate like, because he didn't ask her to join. He had talked about, they talked about OnlyFans a long time ago, so the media really, truly, honestly has it wrong. In the beginning, they talked about OnlyFans. She did it anyway. It wasn't something that he told her not to do. That's when they made the love pledge. He was like, so what do you need? You know what I mean? You know, you going to join OnlyFans like, yo, you my girl. I ain't gonna let you do that. Right. And still paying her lawyer fee today and still paying her bills today. Come on, man. Shit is crazy. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We back. Let's go. There we go, 45 seconds ago. Prosecutors, Comey, can I play the video again and avoid any privileges issues? Judge, okay, bring the jury back in. All rise. Apology video is played again. I was fucked up. I hit rock bottom. I sought out professional help. I'm going to therapy. I'm going to rehab. This is the video playing back to everybody we've seen on Diddy's Instagram, if you will. Mm-hmm. I know that's the crazy part about it. She was getting child support. Diddy was giving her $10,000 in spending money, paying her rent for $10,000, and she was doing OnlyFans at one time. It's like, dude, like yo, is it the sense of entitlement is just insane. It's like, you know how sometimes, you can go on Instagram and you can see it all the time, right? You know how some of these women out here be like, he got to be doing something for me. That's what has spawned this type of attitude in regards to women nowadays, right? You go to Instagram, you see they be making videos like, and it's like, now it's like, there's nothing else. Just she got a nice butt, right? Like if I got a nice butt, they're going on Instagram. Like, oh, look at my butt. You know what I mean? not really knowing what's really going on is that you basically helping Instagram's algorithms make money, and advertisers want to come in and advertise because your butt is content. You see what I'm saying? They haven't even processed that. And so it's like, now when you look at it, it's like, okay, like she got her butt showing. Like what does that really mean? And it's like, oh, he got to be doing something for me. Like maybe them cheap ass shoes you got on, like them cheap stripper heels. Like, come on, man, you ain't no classy woman. Like a lot of these, it's like having class and like, it's like, come on. And like dudes be like in their DMs and stuff. I mean, I wish I would. Hollering, trying to get at a woman in her DM and doing all this extra shit because she got a nice butt. That's it? Man, if that's the criteria in which people are being judged, man, she gonna have trouble keeping the man, because at the end of the day, if you run into a chick that got a better butt than you done. You know what I mean? So this is what, the type of gratitude that this young lady was showing at that time. She was like, and like I said, it's been happening since the beginning of the time, man. Women been using their pretty. We see it all the time, to lure men. Men do what they do because we're visual creatures and all of that, right? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, check it out. 2 minutes ago, here we go. Comey, Jane, what did you understand he was referring to? Jane, the hotel elevator lobby video. Prosecutors, the next time you saw him, June 18th, 2024, where did you see him? Jane, home in LA, date night in the house. Jonathan came to help set it up. Prosecutors, what did Jonathan do? Jane, put some candles around the home, decorate the red lights, make the environment cozy. Prosecutors, what was the plan to have? Was the plan? He said, what was the plan? I guess to have entertainment. Yeah, what was the plan to have entertainment? Jane, no, I wore a long brown dress. Open our patio, which was a really nice view. So I guess this is the part where they're gonna get to and say that Diddy allegedly made her be with this sex worker, or whatever you want to call him, escort, whatever you want to call him. They say, what the plan to have entertainment? I think she meant to say, was the plan to have entertainment, right? She said, no, I wore a long brown dress, open our patio, which has a really nice view. Okay. So yeah, I guess we waiting on the bomb. Was supposed to be the bombshell situation involving this. I think they wanted to go over the Cassie video and what she thought, what he said in regards to what that was at that particular time, right? And the state of mind aspect of what they're trying to show is that, he allegedly had told her after that, that was the first time he had hit Cassie, and that he went to rehab and went to, he's getting help and all of these other things, right? And so now what they're trying to get to is that, oh, he hit Jane Doe, or Jane, if you will. Right, so they talking about Ciroc French vanilla. We don't know, Tanya V. We don't know what they're gonna believe. Cassie with makeup on and her I would say her best day is a firm 8.5, 9. Like I said, you know, depending on what, you know, I think a lot of women like that. You know what I mean? Like I said, you ready to go. You know what I mean? But yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, they dragging it, man. It's like, yeah, it's like we're hoping to get to, like I said once again, she's trying to go show state of mind. It's like, state of mind. Where's the crime? Here we go. USA Comey, did you two get into an argument that night? I guess, Jane, yes. We had champagne and some tequila. I started confronting him about who he was with on his family trip to Utah. She tripping. See, look, she drunk now. She tripping, right? Look. Prosecutor, what did you say to Sean? I said, you are, oh my God. I said, you are a pedophile. He was 25. He was 25 or more years older. What? Wow. See how people can get sideways? She called a man a pedophile. Amazing. You know, it's like it's essentially kicking a man when he's down. You know what he's going through, and instead of being that the support group or support that you should be, you know, she drinking tequila, they having a good time or whatever you want to call it, and you know they get the arguing, and she called him a pedophile. Amazing. Wow. That's gonna make the news, y'all. Jane calls Diddy a pedophile, and as if it's alluding to something that has something to do with that, but it really doesn't. He was 25 or more years older. Than who? Here we go. Check it out. Jane, I said, if a girl can't buy her own drinks, what makes you interested in her? I believed she was under 21, right? Prosecution, but older than 18. Jane, yes. I pushed his hand into the marble. Then what? I started throwing candles and glass. I was angry. So she's She's being violent. Diddy didn't do anything to her. Ooh, check this out. I started throwing candles and everything. I pushed his hand into the marble. His head. No, she said I pushed his head into the marble. And then what? I started throwing candles and glass. So she was violent first, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. She said I pushed his head into the marble. Now she ready to take advantage of him because she know that he got his back up against the wall with the Cassie shit. Amazing. Woo-wee. I pushed his head into the marble. My bad for that, ladies and gentlemen. What? What? He said I was angry. Wow. Some of the shit you got to say, wow. Yeah, he down and out, right? He can't really, you know what I mean? So self-defense. Nah, he ain't gonna get that. He not gonna get that. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Said I pushed his head into the marble. Hello. She feel like she want to get some get back. Said I was angry. I pushed his head into the marble. He didn't do nothing to me. Then he hit me with his pimp hand. Yeah, she had the tequila got her loose. You know what I mean? Right. Damian D.E.I. Williams. Yeah, that's an assault. So to ask her what she did, I bet you the prosecutor won't ask her. So how did you feel about assaulting him? Jane, he was probably cursing and calling me crazy. I wanted to lock myself in the master bedroom. What? Prosecutor Comey. He Sean touch you? Not yet. She said not yet. Oh, she gearing up for it, right? Not yet. I locked the bedroom door, but he kicked it down. Then he kicked down the bathroom door off the hinges. So they was off the hinges up in that piece, man. It was off the hinges up in that jump. Michael Parker said, why hasn't she been charged with assault? A man is allowed to defend himself, but Nancy Grace always seems to forget that one. Glary, yeah, Nancy Grace something. Diddy, that damn Diddy. I can't stand Sean Diddy Combs. I have a Tootsie Roll right here, but I think I lost my appetite, Diddy. Nancy Grace a fool, man. Wow. He said, now he done kicked the doors off the hinges. It's off the hinges in that piece, man. Diddy. You make me sick, Diddy. Said they got the doors off the hinges, man. What they gonna do next? And then the phone, he Sean touched you? You know what I mean? The way she asked the question, right? It's like, he Sean touched you? Right? Thanks again, Michael Parker. I appreciate it, man. Not yet. But I slammed his head up against the marble. So, and you know, that's the funny part, is that when she said, he touched you, she says, not yet. But she already touched him, though. You see how when one wants to focus on certain things, they totally forget about what the reality of the situation is. The reality of the situation is she slammed his head up against the marble. Right? But we ain't gonna focus on that. So how did you feel like when you assaulted him, knowing that you seen the video with Cassie in it? You didn't feel no kind of way about that? No, I'm not gonna ask that question. So she must be setting up the great assault that she wishes to tell us about. Like I said, at this particular point, she says she's leaving or something like that. About a Utah trip. We there's no context for even what Utah trip. What they talking about? You suspected who of being 18 and under 18 and 25 or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, who they talking about? We don't even know who they talking about, what the argument was over. Right? I mean, they never said it. It was like she suspected somebody of being, called the man a pedophile and pushed his head up against the marble, and here we go. Jane, he kicked his way into my closet. I tried to run, but he kicked me and put me in a chokehold, and I couldn't breathe. I went to the front door and to a wall 6 blocks away. What the hell? How long did you hide there? 2 hours. Then I went back. I saw Sean. And then what happened? Y'all kissed and made up? Or you wiped the blood off his head from hitting it up against the marble? Which one? Would you say Michael Parker said the prosecutors lead up to this incident had people believing the assault was unprovoked. Her assault negates everything he did as the result. Absolutely. But like I said, once again, now they're gonna claim how she is the victim, and this is what it is, and he's a man, and a man is never supposed to put his hands on a woman, as well as a woman is never supposed to put her hands on a man. It goes both ways, right? Depending on who game you playing, right? Yeah. No, you're absolutely right, Michael Taylor. Yeah, absolutely right. So now she running. He put her in the chokehold. How'd she get out the chokehold? She didn't say that. Then I went back. I saw Sean. And what happened? We kissed and made up. And then had a freak off. Yeah, they guessed it made up. Had a freak off, man. Crazy, man. Yeah, it's a circus, man. It's definitely a circus, man. Larry Legend say, knock it off. Brandon Carter in the building. Anonymous 3. Michelle. Vanessa Fluffy Murray. Mark Jag. Ray Johnson. Always a pleasure to see all of y'all, man. Okay, now let's see what she said. I saw Sean, and what happened after that? Hold on. I want to see what these other people doing. See, they didn't go over that, right? They didn't talk about the document that Diddy got her to sign for a clean break and split when they split. Yeah, they didn't talk about that. Nope, they didn't talk about that. So when Diddy wanted her to sign the paper, she thought it was like, she said that she thought he wanted her to sign something because she thought that he might have felt like she was a threat. But it was for a clean break and split. It wasn't no threat, or thought that she was a threat, or feeding into anything like that. Yeah. That's another thing that they didn't admit. They didn't tell us about that either. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. But yeah, like Mr. Parker said, that the prosecutors lead up to the incident had people believing that the assault was unprovoked. Right. Like I said, so if you write about that, Michael Parker, so if you listening to it, right, you thinking, oh, you know what I mean? But like I said, I need that to be reported on the evening news as such. We all do, correct? Because see, we here right now, what's the name? And so we don't have no ambiguity as to what we believe. We actually, for all of the people that have been here, like I said, hit the like button, hit the share button, subscribe to the channel if you have not already, and also the thumbs up button if you can, please. But more importantly, see, we've been sitting here going through the testimony and all of that. This evening, people going to watch the evening news, and they're going to tell you what they want to tell you. They're not going to tell you everything that went on. They're only going to tell you a little snippet of what happened. And so when they say, oh, yeah, Diddy was violent against Jane Doe too, that's going to be the catch to get you in. Like, oh, then you read that, and let's see if they exclude the fact that she pushed his head up against the marble, talking about some girl or whatever she talking about that nobody actually knew about, and we still don't really know what the argument was about. You know, after calling the man a pedophile, and that simply wasn't the case because she didn't know all the facts behind that either. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's the funny part. Wayne 704, welcome. Nah, like I said, I mean, you know, we taking the testimony for what it's worth, right? You know, she admitted to hitting him first. You know what I mean? She could lie and be like, no, he hit me and he did this and did that. And like I said, it's up to the jury whether they want to really believe that or not. Corey Simmons said he gonna buy himself a case of baby oil. Diddy said Johnson & Johnson preferably. You know what I mean? Right. But they not tripping. They not tripping. I'm telling you, man, they gonna come back on cross-examination and they gonna expose some shit, man. Like I said. You know, like I said, when you talk about, you gotta show how a person can also be so ungrateful. And I think that's what they've proven, that she's ungrateful. Watch, they're gonna touch on so much stuff that I don't even think she gonna be ready. You know, so hopefully she'll be ready. Hopefully she'll be ready for the cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen. That's the best thing that we possibly could hope for at this particular time. Here we go. Jane, I said no, but he kicked me to the ground. Okay, here it is, right? So Jane said, Sean kicked in the guest bedroom door, throwing the glasses. Yeah, this is they inner city press. He's catching us up. So Jane, Sean kicked in the guest bedroom door. I was throwing glasses and candles at Sean. I shouted that I hated him. He started punching my head and saying all kinds of things. Prosecutors call me, saying what? That I was trying to keep him away from his kids, right? Jane, I said no, but he kicked me to the ground. I was balled up. Then he grabbed me by my hair and my arms and dragged me back to the house. Prosecution called me. What was he saying? That I was fucking crazy. He kept saying, just leave me the fuck alone. Right. But he told you that a long time ago, but she chose not to, so. Oh, well. Yeah, it is full of inconsistencies. And now let's see how long it take them to get back together. Because that seems to be usually the focus, if you will. But I wonder why he's saying that she would try to keep him from his kids. What do you think? They all drunk, high. Yeah, they're going to get her, Brian Dow. Okay, let's see what happens, man. Come on now. Roll with the flow. I think they probably gonna do. I think she probably gonna go. I guess she got that part out the way. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Jane, I called the girl I thought Sean was with and asked if she was on the trip with Sean. She said very insulting things. Then Sean held me down, so I had to listen. Prosecution called me. What did you do? I told her to shut up and that he was beating my ass. So, but this is the thing. You can tell that this is a bit inconsistent from that perspective. So she said that she called, listen, she said, I called the girl I thought Sean was with and asked if she was on the trip with Sean. She said very insulting things. Probably like, bitch, why you calling my phone asking me about anything about X, Y, Z and whatever. Then she said, then Sean held me down, so I had to listen, right? Prosecutors, what did you do? I told her to shut up and that he was beating my ass. Wow. Yeah, this is crazy, man. So now, let's see how dramatic she was. She didn't say, yeah, I was hitting him upside his head with the marble. Jane, Sean hung up. Then he told Jonathan to tell me he wasn't with no girl on his family trip. Prosecutors call me. After the FaceTime, what? Jane, I went into the shower to cool off. Oh, just reckless. I went into the shower to cool off. Prosecutor, who was with you? Sean, I saw a black eye forming and welts. It's volatile, man. I mean, so my thing is this, and so she's trying to get to the point. We get it. There you go. Car hype, there you go, man. There you go. Thank you for the deuce, man. Hey, look, but there you go. Why not call her? Because she's like, I got to go in there and cool off. Man, she was drunk, but like I said, I don't know if you just came in, car hype, but she bashed Diddy head up against the marble to start it off, to kick it off. Right? So, but it wasn't as dramatic as when she was explaining to what was happening to her. Not only that, let's be clear. Let's be clear. This is something that seemed like he liked that type of interaction, right? Certain people, this is their thing, make up the breakup, right? So now, she said that she called the girl. So there had to be a moment of some kind of civility during the argument in order to pick the phone up, call the girl, he said, well, he'll call her and ask her, And then the girl probably telling her, why you calling my phone and this, that, and the other, blah, 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 and so on and so forth. And so they get into it and all of this, and yeah, he's beating my ass and whatever that is, right? Sounds like they had an exciting life, if you will. You know what I mean? Like, dude, just a whole bunch of drama, right? On top of the boredom that would normally just be the boredom of, having everything, right? It seems like a pretty normal, or what would be considered normal life. And that's the type of thing that he liked to do or be involved in, right? The Cassie situation. We seen the hotel 2 days later, they together again. You know what I mean? So I'm just going by what we seeing, right? Prosecutors call me. how were you in the shower? Jane, naked. Sean was in his pants. He slapped me. I fell to the ground of the shower. Then what? I was exhausted. Oh, Lord, man. I just sat there. Sean said, just put some ice on it and put on an outfit and put an outfit on. Right? Huh? Like I said, this is what they saying, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, even with the assault, it's not Rico. But let's be clear, ladies and gentlemen, she assaulted him first. So was he defending himself? No, he'll never get that. He'll never get that argument, right? He'll never get that argument. He'll never get that. No, he wasn't defending himself. He was a violent Negro. Right? AUSA called me outfit. Jane, lingerie and heels. Sean was using my phone to play pornography. He texted Anton on my phone. My phone was, he said my phone was on screen mirrored to the TV. Sean texted, hey, what are you doing? Sean scrolled up and saw Anton's message about our mutual friends. It's weird, man. Like, dude. But like I said, once again, she stayed all this time, brother. She didn't call the police. She didn't do none of that, did she, man? Yeah, she ain't do none of that. She didn't want to lose that. It's just saying, now listen to me, ladies and gentlemen. You can clearly see what the motivation is. The motivation to be around Diddy is money. Access, money. Simple. Simple. Right? And so, there you have it. Right? She didn't bother to call the police. He didn't bother to call the police. Yeah. Remember 50 had the defamation suit against her. Basically said that she was lying. She said that 50 Cent raped her and assaulted her. This is your baby's daddy. Huh. And then basically filed for custody of their son, in which she basically said she demanded millions to drop the custody case. Because I think they share custody, right? So, yeah. Said outfit. She said lingerie and heels. Just to keep it real. Crazy, man. Absolutely. You gotta, I mean, come on, man. Listen, he was, if you was Diddy's girl and you was considered to be his woman, you know, he didn't want you living with him. Cassie didn't live with him. She didn't live with him, right? Got you in place, put you in the car, pay for your phone. You know what I mean? All of those same things. And when it came down, like I said, from with this alleged assault situation, she pushed his head up against the marble first, right? You know, mind you, this situation with Cassie going on, she knows about this and so on and so forth. And I don't know. That's crazy, though. It's crazy to me, man. Jane, Sean asked me how the mutual friends were. I said I didn't know. Prosecutor Comey, why did you lie? Oh, so she lied. He caught her in a lie. Wow. So Sean asked me how the mutual friends were. And I said I didn't know. USA called me. Why did you lie? Jane, we were on a break. I didn't think I needed to say it. Anton showed up. I moved my hair so that my injuries couldn't be seen. I used makeup like Sean said. Yeah. Like they said, this is what people do for money. It's what they do for money. It's what they do for money, ladies and gentlemen. It's crazy. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. Like I said, I don't understand it. I probably never will understand it. You know what I mean? When you think about the big picture, right? You know? Yeah. And like I said, all of that craziness back into another freak off. Back into another freak off, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Boom. Get that money, man. Get that money, man. You on the stock market, MIRN, just blast through the ceiling. Let's go. Woo. Beautiful. Yes, Lord. See what they doing. Let's see what they doing. Jane, I greeted Anton and tried to be polite, asking him how his day was. Sean was giving me his evil stare. Sean said, I need to talk to you. We went into the guest bedroom. Call me. What happened there? He said he wanted to know about the mutual friend. Wow. I'm trying to figure out what mutual friend they talking about. You know what I mean? I still don't get it. I'm trying to figure that out. What mutual friend are they talking about? Crazy. So it's a whole bunch of insecurity going through each other's phones and all of that craziness, right? Because now he want to know about the mutual friend. Jane, I told him I went to Vegas with this rapper and his girlfriend. I saw Anton having sex with another woman. Prosecutors call me. What did Sean say? He said, did you have this porn star having something over me? I guess she was talking about the other guy. I don't think it was Anton. She said, did you have, I think he was saying, did you have something to do with this porn star having something over me? Remember about the tape, about the sex tape thing? I think that's what Diddy talking about. Like, yo, did you have something to do with this dude having a sex tape supposedly over me or whatever? Right? Wow. So he thinking that she had something to do with the sex tape. Amazing, right? So he didn't trust her at all. Wow. So he thinking that, oh, she went behind his back. She dealing with dudes and all these other dudes. And that the question as to that sex tape and wanting to know about it, right? So he was the one being coerced. Diddy said, this is coercion. Check it out now. Prosecutors, did you take drugs? Yes. Right around this time, Sean told me, take this fucking pill. You're not going to ruin my fucking night. Go out there and suck his dick. I said, I don't want to. Prosecution, USA. What did he say? He said, Jane said, is this coercion? Get the fuck out of here. See what I mean? Look, they tried to set her up to use the word coercion, y'all. This is crazy, man. Y'all hear this shit? Amazing. Wow. Wow. Is this coercion? What? Out of all of the he said, is this coercion? Wow. I can't believe they trying this shit. Amazing, man. So they trying to leave off with this. Is this coercion? Right? I don't know, is it? Oh man, this shit crazy, man. I told you, I don't know if any of y'all trade the stock market, but MRIN is going crazy right now. I actually sold it too soon. To be perfectly honest with you, I should have held on to it. But you just never know, right? You got to take it when you're in the profit, right? Wow. Y'all see it right there. What did he say? He said, is this coercion? There you go. Prosecution, Comey. What happened to the pill? Jane, I consumed it. I performed oral sex on Anton. I felt sick. I was like, even in my own body, I felt disgusted. I felt terrible. Prosecutors, how did it end? When Anton finished, I excused him, tried to put on a good face. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Y'all see it right here. Can't make it up, man. You can't make this shit up. No, sir. She said, I excused him. I tried to put on a good face. He said, Universal Act, you said this is the type of bullshit that got Tory Lanez locked up. Yeah, it's crazy, man. You know what I mean? When you sit back and, like I said, you think about this whole situation, it's real crazy, to be perfectly honest with you. You know? Yeah, it's crazy. Altogether crazy, man. So I'm taking that they got a couple more questions. Usually they try to end it at about 4:30. We're gonna see. We're gonna see today. Trying to find out some of this contextual information for you guys. Let's see. He said she tried to put on a good face. How did it finish? How are you going to finish, prosecutor? Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that's it for today. Yeah, that's what it looked like. Don't look like they coming with nothing else. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, now here it is right here. In the city. So Jane said, Sean called me a whore. Listen, ladies and gentlemen. She said, Sean called me a whore. After he left, he sent his security with money to me for Anton. $10,000 or $12,000 in cash for Anton and the 4 damaged doors. Right? So I guess they were over at her crib from that perspective. So allegedly he sent $10,000 to $12,000 in cash for Antoine and for the 4 damaged doors. USA Comey, what did you do with part of the money? I Ubered $3,000 or $4,000 to Anton. I don't know. I don't know about all that, but I'm saying that's what she said she did. So, once again, ladies and gentlemen, after they finished, she said, Sean called me a whore. After he left, he sent his security with money to me for Anton. $10,000 or $12,000 in cash for Anton and for the damaged doors. I guess it was at his house, if you will. Or her house, his house, whatever he said, you know what I mean? And basically the prosecution asked, what did you do with part of the money? She said, I Ubered $3,000 or $4,000 to Anton. She said $3,000 or $4,000. Yeah, X be tripping, man. Yeah, it's starting to do the BS. Let me see. So she said she Ubered the money. She said she Ubered the money to Anton, ladies and gentlemen. $3,000 or $4,000 and used the other money to actually pay for the doors that Diddy broke down at her house. Amazing. Crazy, you can see it, but then it takes it away. Okay, X, better formerly known as Twitter. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that's it for today. And like I said, more importantly, I appreciate everybody coming tomorrow. If they don't start, let me see something. Hold on, don't go nowhere. We still on it, like a Charlotte on it. Yeah, that seems like that's it, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you guys coming through. Like I said, more importantly, it's been a great day. I appreciate everybody that sticks around. Tomorrow, we're going to be back at it. The cross-examination should start tomorrow. Like I said, you see the prosecution hogged up all the time. And, they could give a damn. It is what it is. But like I said, more importantly, I appreciate you guys. Like I said, if you haven't got the book, the interview is over on the Art of Dialogue. The author Donald Richardson, I'm talking about his experience at Rikers Island with Tupac Shakur. Once again, like I said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. I appreciate you. And I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. The book is on Amazon. And I think the book is to be perfectly honest, and is much more detailed than the interview that I did with Mr. Richardson, though he did the best that he could. But like I said, the book is awesome. The interview is awesome. Check it out. Like I said, yeah. They said that the movie is good, or and the book is better. That's what they usually say. So, like I said, tomorrow I'll see you guys. Go over there and check it out on the Art of Dialogue. It's a great interview, y'all. It's about 2 hours long. Your boy DELRAY, straight gang.
Life is like those cards. It's not what you dealt, but how you play it. Play each situation correctly. I remember they used to laugh at a brother